quiet of her womb, only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limit, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. But only the silence answers back, a shadow of a word, eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question, they cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly, the quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory, sit with you, match my body to your rhythm, vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift, this child who is still a miracle, this child who is still mine.
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park, Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go talk to people. Can you please educate me a little bit what you know about autism, that person, and what would you do to make the working environment more conducive for such a person?
Okay, yes, definitely I would hire such person.
The first thing is to understand what they are dealing with. If you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. It's not all uniform.
People with autism work very good with routine. So I can't just bring something up like, oh, we're having this. I have to prep them first.
They might have a corner of the office that is not so bright, so that that person, maybe the corner where that person is actually gets to stay might not be so bright, so that person might tolerate, that environment better.
Do you think that the society that we live in is inclusive enough for people living with autism?
No, I don't think so.
When you meet people that has disorders, I feel that you need to accommodate them, understand them. Don't push them away.
You can see people and you can understand that they are going through something. So just come with emotion. I think we can just continue to do more with advocacy and all.
Can you please complete this sentence for me? Autism
Autism is finding different ways of expression.
Autism is a way of understanding people around you.
A beautiful reminder of what it means to be human.
Thank you so much for coming on this important journey with us. Today we learned, we listened, and we opened up conversations that matter. Autism is not a one-size-fits-all experience. And to understand that, we need to ask questions and be open to answers. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep filling the world with empathy. Thank you so much. My name is Efe Irele. Bye.
These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose dreams did we hold close enough to hear, even as a whisper? In 30 years, we said, you can hold our promise as bond. We built our foundation on these pillars: education, environment, community, art. We adopted schools to call our own, put books back in the rightful hands of children, rebuilt libraries for them to love. We said, you read, said you imagine, the whole world is waiting. We captured the stars in the eyes of athletes, their feet afford rhythm on greener grass, bodies glistening like black gold in the sun. We made what was forgotten new again. We turned waste to play, waste to style, and remembered that discarded does not mean destroyed. We wrapped the heart of a child in orange ribbon and said, this too is a gift. On Massey Street, we covered babies with our care and breathed new life into the walls. On streets across the world, we said, there is no room for hunger here. This is how small changes transform the world. Call the artists, our voice, our conscience, the keepers of culture, creators who tell our stories with food and fashion. Turn whatever their hands can touch into something more. Indigenous as global, global as homegrown, put the women behind the lens. Pull the dusty manuscripts from their shelves, pull the art into hollowed halls to sit beside the greats, pin our image to canvas and render us immortal. Remind us who we were and how many times we said, yes, there's hope for you here, where we bank on people, where we count on unseen potential. We dare to build from the very idea that dreaming is a fundamental human right. So dream bigger. Dream for a community of people who know that wealth is built by our own hands. Ask us now at 30. Ask us again in 30 more. Was this the founder's dream? Are these the promises made to enrich, transform, restore? Is this what was built with just passion and people? We will answer without flinching. We followed the orange rule and found the beating heart of a people. And we would do it all over again.
Hello, Auntie Blessing. I beg me send
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Where this girl, sir? Carol? Carol? Go to Auntie Blessing. Tell her to give you sense leave. Uziza, Uda, Heuru. Fresh ones though.
Uda, Uru, Uzu, Uziza, Uda.
Give me palm oil there.
Palm oil, crayfish, utazi, scent leaf, crayfish, ice cream.
Where is this girl now? Where's Carol?
Madam, why don't you just use quick airtime loan from GT Bank? Dial *737 *90 hash. Oh, it's instant.
Really? Who's this there? Who there? Fresh ones, oh. Okay, madam, no problem. No problem.
Auntie, madam said I should collect pepper, onion, palm oil, ice cream. Pepper.
When you can say it clearly, why pass it around? Don't get stranded. Get instant airtime with GT Bank Quick Airtime and Data Loan. Terms and conditions apply.
Quick credit.
Non-verbal. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they can't understand language. It doesn't mean that they don't use language. But what they might not be great at doing is using words to speak out loud. So a non-verbal child might be able to understand a lot of what you say. They might communicate messages to you through action, through behavior, through eye contact, through body language. That's a child who is still communicating with you, but just not verbally. And when a child is like that, it doesn't mean that that's the only way they will ever communicate with you, but we have to find ways to support them to communicate as best as they can before they have the words and the language to speak.
Sensory processing. How we use our senses to engage our environment. Sensory processing determines how we are going to identify, communicate, and engage those in our immediate environment. A lot of times we focus on just the 5 senses, which is hearing, seeing, smell, taste, and touch. However, we also have internal senses to be able to fully and effectively communicate with the environment. Once these are impacted, then it poses a challenge with communication.
Meltdown. Meltdown is an over-processing, an over-stimulation for an individual. It is not a bad behavior, it is them really reacting to their environment. And we need to be able to give them strategies that are flexible, that work for them, and that are kind and mindful.
I need a lot of money. I want $1 billion.
Hello, my name is Divine Adua, and today we are on the streets of Lagos to find out how much people really know about pension. Now, are people really planning for the future, or is retirement the last thing on their minds? Let's find out. When you hear the word pension, what comes to your mind?
What comes to my mind is retirement savings.
Basically, a retirement plan.
Retirement.
Pension is all about retirement. Like when you want to leave the system of working and like start living on what you have invested on.
Money for my future.
Pension is a retirement benefit. Your retirement, your place of rest, let me put it that way.
Have you heard of personal pension plan?
I think so.
I do. I have heard of it, but I don't use it.
Yes, I have.
Personal pension plan, no. I'm just hearing it for the first time.
At what age do you need to start planning for retirement?
I think from 40.
It don't depend on any age. When you start working, immediately you start working, start planning your pension.
How much money do you think you need to
My life. I need a lot of money. I want $1 billion.
$1 billion?
Yes.
Maybe if you can able to save like 1 million, it's enough to start up business. No, I'm just talking, it depends how long you stay for the work.
So for me, I don't think a particular amount is needed for retirement, because when you retire, you don't have to work. So you have a lot of expenses, a lot of money to make use of. So I don't think there is, or there should be, a particular amount that is needed for retirement.
Do you have a retirement plan?
Basically, for now, no.
None for now. Seriously.
My retirement plans are for my pension and for my investment.
For now, my retirement plan is just probably when I'm done with working, probably I go back to my own business because I have little business which I'm doing. So I'll go back to that.
If you don't know how to start, a good first step is giving your pension some attention. And that can begin with Guaranty Trust Pension Managers. Let's figure it out together.
Good morning, Lagos. Good morning. Acceptance in? Oh, you're awake. That's amazing. Put your hands together for yourselves. I thought I would need to shake you up, but I'm glad that you're awake and you sound very bright. Can we just make some noise for our sign language interpreters? They've been amazing. How do we greet people? What's the correct sign? 16th Annual Autism Conference by GTCO. My name is experts and speakers and health practitioners, and they've been amazing. Today is another packed day, a lot of knowledge to share, a lot of information to receive, and inspiration as well. A lot of people have asked about question and answer. Today we're building up to a session after lunch where it will be just questions. Who's excited about that? We want to prioritize the parents today, so we'll try and get questions from the parents. But without further ado, we're going to get into the agenda of today. The first thing we want to do is do a recap of yesterday's session, and that will be done by Camille Proctor, who's standing there already. We introduced her yesterday, but just for the benefit of those who were not here, just so you know who Camille Proctor is. Camille is an internationally recognized autism advocate and founder of the... She's standing because she doesn't want me to read too much of her bio. You want me to read it all? Okay, good. She's an internationally recognized autism advocate and founder of the Call of Autism Foundation. She's in autism awareness, diagnosis, and support for Black underserved communities. And she is just amazing. Can we put our hands together for Camille Proctor?
Good morning, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'd like to say special thanks to GT for hosting this event, for hosting those of us who've come from other countries and other places. I think this investment that they've made in this event over the past 16 years has made a tremendous impact, and I will be proud to continue this if you all will have me. I just want to warn you, I'm going to say most people's names wrong. If I mess up your name really badly, that means I love you the most. Yesterday we had some very great talks and presentations. We had Dr. Bernadette Kilo, who did a phenomenal job, as well as Lanre Duyule. We also had Mrs. Shola Piazzazi, who gave a wonderful presentation. We also had a lovely breakout session that was led by Lola Dada Ali, Whitney Hamill Annie, as well as Tonye Foloji Ekezi, and Zephi, Dr. Zephi Nwakolo. And we wrapped up the day with Dami Coker, a lovely moderator, and it was myself and Chinzia. Yeah, it's Italian, I can say that. Wait for your other name. Adana. Ebonina. All right. As well as, who else was on that panel? Zuzi. Oh, the lovely Mrs. Zuzi Boladeco. And if you want me to mess up more names, there's more people in this book. Thank you, everyone, and I look forward to what today will bring us. Thank you.
Can we celebrate Camille Proctor one more time? So going by the logic, if she pronounced your name correctly, it means she loves you the least. And so that means Dr. Bernadette Kilo is the one she loves the least because she got your name spot on. Can we just celebrate GTCO one more time? Just to reiterate what Camille said, 16 years of commitment to this is no joke. Sometimes you have to remind people that they are not a foundation, they're not a health organization, they're actually a bank, but they're committed to this and have given it a lot of energy and a lot of dedication over the last 16 years. So we want to one more time celebrate GTCO. Well, you know what to expect. There will be another performance from Corporate Dance World. Who enjoyed that yesterday? That was amazing. So we're going to have that now from Corporate Dance World, and right after that, we'll get into the meat of the matter today. One more time, welcome, and we present to you Corporate Dance World.
What do you know about the spaces that formed you? About the home, workplace, or public space that calls you by name, picks you by position, and determines the disposition of those around you? You see, here, there is a chair where most of us can sit. This, it stays empty. Not because of what we do not know, but because our minds refuse to grow beyond the limits we often assume. Because our hearts refuse to make room. But if you will welcome the ones who walk through this world a little differently, then you will listen intently and see that this is more than just a show. It is a shift, and you are welcome to let it change you. Let it change you. Let it change you.
stumble through your days, got your head hung low, your sky's a shade of gray, like a zombie in a maze. You're asleep inside, but you can't shake awake, 'cause you're just a dead man walking, thinking that's your only option. But you can flip the switch and brighten up your darkest day. Sun is up and the colors blinding, take the world and redefine it. Leave behind your narrow mind, you'll never be the same. Come alive, go and light your light, let it burn so bright, reaching up to the sky, and it's open wide, you're electrified. And the world becomes a fantasy, and you're more than you could ever be, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again to the world that you were living in, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive, afraid to step outside, so you lock the door, but don't you stay that way. No more living in no shadows, you and me, we know how that goes. 'Cause once you see it, oh, you'll never, never be the same. Little bit of light is shining, bottle up to keep on shining. You can prove there's more to you, you cannot be afraid. The world becomes a fantasy, and you're more than you could ever be, 'cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. And we know we can't go back again to the world that we were living in, 'cause we're dreaming with our eyes wide open.
This is not a regular story, with a regular beginning, middle, and end. This is the story of my brilliant friend, Amara. Obin!
Machalugo!
Breakfast is ready.
I'm running late. Ah, God. My darling daughter, how are you? Amara. Say hi to daddy. Hi. Not again. Not again. Every day, same thing. No good morning, no smile, nothing at all. Every time, tap, tap, tap. Amara, let me tell you something. The world won't be patient with you. The world won't wait for you to speak. They won't stop to understand your silence, Amara.
Obin.
Machalugo.
But you know Amara doesn't speak like the other children.
I know.
She doesn't communicate the way they do. Look, all we need to show Amara is love at home.
But I fear for her, my love. The world will adjust for her. The world with no patience for her today. We have less patience for her tomorrow.
Daddy! Amara.
Amara.
Daddy.
Amara.
Amara.
My beautiful daughter.
No. Say, Mommy. Yes, yes. Yes, I am your mother.
Oh my God.
Amara. for you. I am your father. We will be patient with you.
I might have a song for you.
Woo! She's there to
Good luck, child. To your eyes, don't jump outside.
Back to your smile. Come on.
No, see that?
I'm alright. Hey. Oh, yeah, about me too.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, about me too. Come on, I'm alright. Oh, back to your smile. Woo. I'm alright. Yes, I need to move now.
Amara, I might be your mother at home, but I'm also your teacher in school, okay? Now get up and let's go to school.
We need to go.
Baby, we'll have to drop us off.
Let's go. We need to move. Let's go.
I'm good, though. Are you okay?
That is guy. How are you?
Anima, we are happy to see you, ma. God bless you, ma. Amen, ma.
Good morning to you too. Have your seats. Well, I can see you all are hyped this morning to be making such noise in my class.
Sorry.
Well, you better keep that energy up because you'll be needing it. Today we'll be working on something different. You all are going to be working in groups. Review zip it. So I was saying, you all are going to be working on something creative to make our community better. Did I make myself clear?
Yes,
ma.
Am I communicating?
Yes, ma.
You have 2 minutes. Tell yourself in groups.
Tolu, let's go. Busy.
So Amarachi, I'm thinking that for this project we can work on something like
Busy, come. Tolu, come now.
Amarachi,
We don't want that in our group.
I'm sorry, Amarachi.
We don't want that in our
It's a group project. We're meant to work together.
We don't want that. Yes.
I was thinking we could work on something like a school or a hospital for the project. Yes.
I have perfect chickens. Let's wear chickens.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't even understand. I really think we should work with Amarachi. I don't know when my day will come, but I'll keep swinging like the pendulum. Friends will go through the rising sun, and no, the lights will shine on me. On me. Let it be on me. Let it be on me. I see the rising sun. I see the rising sun. Oh, I see the rising sun.
Do you know? Do you know what silence sounds like? It sounds like watching everyone else be chosen while pretending you didn't want to be picked anyway.
It sounds like smiling. So nobody notices that your heart just broke.
I hear everything. Every whisper. Every laugh. Every don't pick her. She's weird. And every chair that quietly says, not here. And do you know the hardest part? It isn't the empty chair. It is wondering if I am the reason why the chair is empty. Maybe if I smiled different.
Maybe if I looked different.
Maybe if my brain cannot understand your language, you can at least learn my name.
But then
I
remember that I was never made to become someone else just to deserve kindness. So maybe the problem was never me. And if you've ever walked into a room and felt too different, too quiet or too slow,
too loud, too much, or somehow never enough, then pull up a chair, sit beside me, because I'm still here, still worthy, still enough, even when no one else, even when no one else chooses me.
So I think we should go with my idea. We'll go with my idea. I don't want to. Let's raise chickens now. Oh, it's a smart idea.
Yeah, so
my idea is a smart one.
Of something. Yeah.
Okay, construction of what?
Look carefully. What do you see?
An empty chair, ma.
Just a chair?
Nobody sat there.
Exactly. You see, sometimes the loudest form of rejection is silence. Did anyone say Amara cannot walk with us today?
No, ma.
Then why is she still sitting alone? You see, acceptance isn't waiting for someone to ask. It is making room before they ask. Tolu?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind walking with Amara today?
No, ma, I don't mind.
Thank you.
Hi. Wow, you designed a school. That's so beautiful. You guys come and look at this. I've actually designed a school. Come and look at this.
Oh, my this thing is fine. Let's see. Oh, bring it in. Let's sit down.
Acceptance is space remain. Acceptance less.
Amara the artist. Amara the artist. Amara the artist.
Amara the artist.
You're just a cook.
No, just qualifications. Today, she holds resilience. And this shows in her workplace, just as it did in those early days.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good to see you again. Cynthia.
Good morning, girl.
Oh my God. How are you?
Good morning,
Good to
girl.
see you.
Thank you. Your hair looks pretty, girl.
Very, very beautiful, Cynthia.
But it's why you guys came in early today.
Right.
Omo, you know that scope project now.
I know,
We are
right?
working on it, girl.
Mr. Akin has really been on our necks.
That man.
But how far your own, Abe? Did you go for
I
it?
did now. Did you see my Instagram post?
Oh yes, I saw it. Too late. Too
Good morning.
Welcome to work.
Amara, you look so beautiful.
Yes.
Amara, this your hair looks nice.
Very fine. Very fine.
Looking nice. Pretty. Thank you.
Can you imagine? But think of it, oh my ladies. Ever since she started working in this company, she doesn't even speak to us.
I mean,
can you imagine?
Does she think she's better than us? She's not.
I mean-
Oh, she's not. Tomorrow now she'll come and say, I communicate better through my work.
She'll say, my work speaks better for me. What rubbish work is that? Who is this?
Sunny.
Shoo. Nonsense.
What you guys?
My friend.
Have you seen her portfolio? It's impressive and very remarkable.
I beg you. What nonsense portfolio is that?
It is.
I don't understand you, sir.
Yeah. Girl. What side are you on?
Oh,
I'm on your
no.
side now. Girl,
Why are you
I'm
hyping her up now like she's the best person in the world? I think you just can't be friends with her. Please sign, let's go, Joe.
Relax, you guys. I'm just saying. And she'll back to work this
They're even trying to help her in this company.
You
Are
guys.
ridiculous.
So let's send this filthy nonsense away from here. Rubbish. You. Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
That's
Cynthia.
fine. Cynthia.
How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Are your weekends?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Okay, what was that all about?
Nothing, sir. Nothing, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Are you certain?
Very sure, sir.
Okay, Fatima from Cisco Pharmaceuticals, alright?
Yes, sir.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Please bring them to my office.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Mary.
Sir.
Jennifer.
Yes, sir.
I heard you. I heard both of you. Now listen. Different doesn't mean difficult. Let's learn to embrace each other's strength. Is that clear? Jennifer, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
We're a team. We're a family. And at the end of the day, we are all just trying to pay our bills. Get back to work.
Yes, sir.
See this person in office.
Oh my God.
In my company.
Good morning, sir.
move this. I need space. Please, can someone tell me why you people are dancing? Happy? Okay, Mary, can you tell me why you people are dancing? You are looking at me. We just lost a major contract with Cisco, and you people are jubilating. Mr. Bello, the end. Now listen up. Before the end of work today, I need a contract. Are you hearing me? I need a design that will get us back that contract. If not, Mary, what is your name?
Jennifer.
Zach. Cynthia.
Sir?
Amara. Zach. Jennifer. Zach. You. Yes, you. Zach. Empty.
Yes, sir.
Empty.
Yes, sir.
I need you in my office. Now!
Good day, sir.
What is good about you?
Sorry about the chaos earlier.
Sorry for your sake. Mr. Bill, you are the MD of this company. You are supposed to be my eye. But no. You want to run down this company. A company I built with my sweat and my strength.
Not at all, sir.
What is not at all?
It was just an error.
What error?
It will happen again.
Better. If not, Mr. Ben, if not. Are you hearing me? Yes. You can go.
Cynthia! Why are those files not in my office yet?
On my way, sir. Excuse me,
Amara, what is it?
sir. I would like you to take a look at
Wait,
this.
come to my office.
Sir, I would like you to take a look at this design. I prepared. So I think this will restore the lost contract we have with Cisco.
Amara,
Sir,
this better be good. This better be good.
Definitely.
I'm not in that mood. This better be good.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. This looks okay. You made this yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Alright. I'll get back to you. Let me go through this. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, sir.
Alright. Design. Cisco.
I too
Okay.
I don't understand. Who even sent her?
This makes sense.
Every time I'm
This
around.
looks good. This is okay. Excuse me, sir.
What is it again?
Please take a look at this, please.
Come closer. This is brilliant.
Yes, this is a new design, and I'm 100% sure that it will settle Cisco's demand.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure, sir.
Mr. Bello, are you sure?
Yes, I am sure,
This
sir.
is excellent.
Okay.
Hope it's not AI.
No. Amara made it herself.
Amara. Wow. This is excellent. Please call me Amara.
Okay. Miss Amara, please come with me. Chief Aki wants to see you.
Okay, sir.
I said yes.
Good morning. Hi. Shifaki.
That man likes her.
Good morning.
Something is happening there.
Amarachi. You can have your seat.
Rubbish.
Thank you, sir.
This is excellent. You made this.
Yes, sir.
So can you tell me about this?
Okay, sir. Whenever we have a team project, I always create substitute designs just in case of moments like this.
Wow. This is excellent. It looks very good. Yes. Sure. Yes. Amara, nice job.
Thank you, sir.
Nice job.
What happens when you embrace a different mind? You will find a kind of unraveling, a letting go of the old in exchange for the new. You will see the scenes that hide between the lines. And it is only at these times that you can see the full spectrum of possibility. And when I think about possibility, I think of me and you, allowing compassion to pull us through the roughest of tides, to find the hope that resides on the other side of inclusion. I don't mean to disrupt your delusion, but if it is a beautiful society that you hope to build, then you must yield your beliefs of what beautiful can look like, beyond what you see on screen or read in books. And so I ask you, who is the Amarachi that you have overlooked? And what could happen if you took a chance on her? If you were the friend indeed, who took note of her needs so she would no longer be called the weak link. Think. A company on the brink of losing its biggest contract was brought back by her brilliance. I don't need to tell you how acceptance yesterday can bring beauty in the now. Instead, I'll let you see how this story ends. Because today, a few years later, the boardroom meets again.
Good morning, Cynthia.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr. Bello. Mr.
Good morning.
What are you doing good? Did you hear about the good news? Yes. And it's been quite the talk of the town.
I'm actually super excited and looking forward to what Mr. Aki has to say.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Bello.
Good morning, sir.
So let's begin. But firstly, thank you all members of the board for investing and believing in Nexus infrastructure.
Yes.
And also I would love to announce to you that Cisco has finally approved our proposal.
Woo! Wow.
Wow. That's good news. It's a multi-million-dollar deal.
Oh, wow.
You don't say. That is such great news. I mean, it's my pleasure. And I want to speak for everyone when I say we believe in Nexus infrastructure and design. The more reason I decided to invest in this company. And from what I have gathered, it seems this is the biggest project this company has ever secured.
Very correct. And it all started with one design, one idea, and one person.
Okay, sir.
You know, 2 years ago, she reminded us that innovation is not about thinking the same, the same strategy, the same solution. No, it's about thinking differently.
Oh yes, Chief Aki. When others saw silence and questioned our communication, her work spoke louder than words.
Yes!
Good morning, dear esteemed board members.
Good morning. Good morning.
Here is our champion.
Wow.
Miss Amarachi Okafor. On behalf of the board, it is my pleasure to appoint you the new head of design and innovation.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Well deserved. Congratulations.
Miss Okafor,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, acceptance is not a challenge. Acceptance is an investment. And today, that investment has made, or better still, has changed our company forever. You are supposed to clap. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our new head of design and innovation. Miss Amarachi, would you like to say a few words?
No, sir. Thank you.
Acceptance isn't just about filling up a space. It is about creating a place. And this is what acceptance looks like. Today, Amarachi Okafor is seated in her place, created for her by a society that is finally listening. And she is supported by friends. And she knows that this chair will never be empty again.
Helena, go.
Come alive, come alive. Go and light your light, let it burn so bright, reaching up to the sky. And it's open wide, you're electrified. When the world becomes a fantasy, you're more than you could ever be. So dreaming with your eyes wide open. And you know you can't go back again to the world that you were living in. Cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive. Woo! I see it in your eyes. You believe that lie, that you need to hide your face. Afraid to step outside, so you lock the door. But don't you stay that way. No more living in the shadows. You and me, we don't have that. Cause when you see it all, you never be the same. Buckle up and keep on shining. You the group. You cannot be afraid. Come alive. Becomes a fantasy. And you're more than you could ever be. Cause you're dreaming with your eyes. You know you can go back against the world that living in. Cause you're dreaming with your eyes wide. Woo! Dreaming with your eyes wide open. Dreaming with your eyes, dreaming with your eyes wide open. So come alive.
We told you this was more than just a story, and we hope that you have let it change you.
Come on, make that round of applause louder for Corporate Dance World. That was brilliant. I thought that was really wonderful. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. I'm inspired to do my own dance now. But GTCO will tell me suck, so let me respect myself. I love what one of the actors said. I don't have to become someone else to deserve your kindness. Can you look to the person sitting to your left and to your right and tell them, I don't have to become someone else to deserve your kindness. So be kind to me as I am. Love me as I am. Oh yeah, give the person a hug. Give them a side hug. Show them some love. Show somebody some love tonight. Yeah. Fantastic. You know, I think this is really the hope of parents. Let's have the house lights now. Do we always have to beg you guys to give us the light? Then we'll shout up NEPA again today. I think that this is really the hope of parents. Parents who have children on the spectrum. It's to see their children grow up to become independent, functioning, thriving members of society who are making their own contribution and making the world a better place, living purposeful lives. This is every parent's hope. And even though it starts at home, everything starts at home, our classrooms, our workspaces, our public spaces have to be accepting of those who are beautifully different. And that really is the meat of the matter at this year's conference. It's about acceptance in action. So we have to continue to make room. We have to continue to show compassion, do everything for people like Amara to thrive. You know, because perhaps they have an answer, perhaps they have a solution, perhaps they can make a contribution that will change the world. So can we just celebrate the Amaras all around us? And acceptance in? Beautiful. All right, we're getting into the day. We're going to have 3 sessions and then 1 panel discussion before we break for lunch. And then right after lunch, we're going to have breakout sessions where we basically Ask Anything session will happen here. And then in the AGIP hall, there will be practical tips on how to get children school and classroom ready. You have the program so you can go through it. But our first session today, we'll look at autism realities, expectations, myths, acceptance, and quality of life. So what are the things to expect? And I think going after this play, that is a perfect topic to look at. Our first speaker today reminded me that 2 years ago, I called him an allergy. That last year, I called him, I can't remember what he said I called you last year. But I have a name for him this year. Afiz Abdul Razak. Can we make some noise for Afiz? Afiz Akonji Abdul Razak is an autism scholar, educator, and doctoral candidate at Auckland University, USA, whose work bridges research and practice across Nigeria and the US. With over 15 years of experience in early childhood and special education, he specializes in autism, inclusive education, family-centered practice, and quality of life. His work equips families, educators, and institutions with practical, evidence-based approaches that foster meaningful acceptance and lifelong inclusion. And he is the founder of Child Expert Clinic. Ladies and gentlemen, Afiz Abdul Razak, a.k.a. Idongongo.
Good morning, everybody. Please don't go yet. So I observed a trend yesterday, and I've seen on TV, I've seen in different situations that when they call certain personalities, particularly musicians, people are going to faint out of excitement. But I'm wondering why nobody has fainted ever since. So I will ask him to call me again, and I want to see the first person to faint. Please.
Wait. Afiz, You have to be ready to give the person money. That's my own. Nobody will faint for free here. Abi? So do you have dollars? If you have dollars, bring it out now. Let's do. If you don't have money, I'm not doing it. Oh, sorry.
So please, who is the first person? Look at your neighbor. Who is the first person to faint? Even though you are going to pretend, try to faint. So nobody still fainted. Okay. Acceptance. All right. Good morning, everybody. What is interesting about my topic is that I wrote this topic last year after the conference. So I have had this topic on my phone for 1 year. And the premise for this topic was based on my interaction with parents here. So I will be talking to you this morning with practical strategies, not from what I learned working with Camille in Michigan, or from my interaction with Dr. Lange, or with the parents I've met. But I'm going to tell you about the kind of platform GTCO has created for me to be able to put this together. So if you're looking forward to this, once I say Aja, Karaja, Karaja, you do like this. Aja. Left hand. Aja, Karaja, Karaja. Aja, Karaja, Karaja. Okay, let me go back. Before we continue to Jajaja. So, autism realities, expectations, needs, acceptance, and quality of life. And this is in tandem with family, classroom, workplace, and public spaces. So I'll be taking you on a journey, and then it's going to revolve around this. Now, this is going to be the journey you're going to embark on with me. You're going to understand autism, and they're going to talk about acting in the classroom, shared responsibility, and pursuit of quality of life. I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers, and in particular the facilitators, who has created a remarkable benchmark for me and other people presenting to continue on today. Without their presentation yesterday, it might have been more problematic, so thank you very much, the facilitators. Now, the first thing we need to do is see the child, not the diagnosis. What is the premise for this? At the consultation in Ikeja last year, there came a time where we got to the venue. Camille, Sholakbe, and Mr. Lange were coordinating everybody. It was my time to get a space to sit, and they were teasing me that, Your Excellency, we have to put you on the podium. Finally, they found a space for me. I never knew that that was going to lead me to a remarkable experience that will make me stand before you this morning to share an inspiring story. Of all the families I met, a particular woman stood out to me. This was a woman who had a child who was 12 years. She struggled to come on because she couldn't come independently because of a situation of severe intellectual disability. I looked from afar. Quite emotional, I walked toward her and embraced her and supported the child to where I was sitting. My first interaction told me what the child needed. Despite what I've learned, what I've seen, what I was going to advise does not go in tandem with what the parent wants me to advise. I saw a girl who is an adolescent, whose immediate need is for us to look into how we are going to help her to avoid sexual molestation because of remarkable features in her. But the only thing the mother was looking for is, when is she going to speak? So everything I needed to talk to her about, the reality changed. Because what I was seeing as the expert she's coming to see is not what she was expecting. Then there comes the question, what exactly am I going to do? And that was what led me to asking myself a question. Parents of children on the spectrum, oftentimes they have said they are unhappy. Are they unhappy because they need to be unhappy, or their own unhappiness is self-initiated? What do I mean? Because if you are not seeing the child, no matter the progress, you will be unhappy. So your unhappiness is not just because you have a child on the spectrum, But the self-inflicted unhappiness is premised on the fact that you are not celebrating the little things you are meant to see. Rather, you are fixated on what you want to see. Continue. Now, and I'm going to tell you very quickly. For some of us, we are coming for the first time. We have not heard the word autism before. Bear in mind, autism is a lifelong neurodevelopmental difference. And basically, autism spectrum disorder affects communication, social interaction, sensory experience, and patterns of behavior. And that is why they are different. And just like an average person, I came here this morning with my bag. You came here this morning, you wore a makeup, and we came with our phone. Autism does not come in isolation. It's accompanied by a particular thing. And they are called comorbidities. And it could be attention, impulsive difference, sensory processing difference, anxiety, depression, and sleep, among other challenges. However, if at all you would not remember the definition, just know that a friend on the spectrum could be characterized by having the following: difference in communication, difference in social interaction, patterns and interests, and sensory experience. Now, here is a graph. And there's a reason why you need to learn from this. Look at this. Autism in the United States in 2010 used to be 1 in 68 children. In 2014, it was 1 in 59 children. In 2016, it was 1 in 54 children. In 2018, it was 1 in 44. 2020, 1 in 36. And at present, we have 1 in 31. And somebody will ask, Afif, we are in Nigeria, we are not in the US. The reason why I have to give these statistics is because, unfortunately, at present, in Nigeria, we don't have a remarkable surveillance approach for us to be able to track the number of autism in Nigeria. One of the ways that we have to initiate action is intentionality in data. So what is this one telling you? We have had over more than 20% changes from 2010 till now. Is it about new diagnosis? Of course. No. It's about more awareness, more knowledge. So what we ought to have seen long time ago, we are just getting to see it the more. So I told you the story about Lagos. When I saw that in Lagos, I thought it was okay. Then, because this program is African and global, we were in Ghana. When we go to Ghana, at the point of consultation, there comes a particular woman. Dr. Kilo left her place and came to me. Mr. Hafiz, could you please help me talk to this child? Of course, Dr. Kilo is a developmental pediatrician. What will I say to this child? The moment I interacted with the child, I said, Dr. Kilo, I am suspecting learning disability and in particular dyslexia. And she said, yes, that is the same thing I saw. This boy was different because he could communicate better. In fact, if we needed an advocate to go on the radio, this boy was the perfect person for us to go with our advocacy. But after all of these engagements, the mother did not still see the uniqueness of the conversation or social communication of this child. The next thing she kept on asking is, I want his grade to improve. Now, it happened in Lagos. Now it happened again in Ghana. Different countries, similar situation, dynamic approach. And it gives a trend. And that was what led me to wanting to educate you this morning, because facilitators yesterday mentioned about intentionality of acceptance from the home. So I have an approach to help you. The approach is to tell you about the theory of multiple intelligence. Why am I going to tell you this? It's going to help you to really understand, without having to go to anybody, the uniqueness of your child. And you need to start looking at your child in a unique way, henceforth. In fact, before we leave here today. So, different countries, different children, different realities. When expectation dominates, adults miss a child's present strength and most urgent needs. So it is not always about what you think for your child. It's about what your child can do in appreciating the strength you have never seen before. Now, I mentioned about realities of parents. We don't come here just to come and talk. Your experiences are relatable because we have been working with you, we know you. And we are asked to come here to come and speak your experiences. So I understand that as a family, when your child has a diagnosis of autism, you are left in grief and anxiety and denial. Even if you can see the difference, you don't want to accept it because it's very difficult for you. Of course, when you are carrying the pregnancy, you have anticipated that you are going to go to the grocery stores together, how your child is going to become this, and there come a child that comes with difference. So it's just natural for you to have that denial. But denial in the long term would not help you, it's going to affect you. So the earlier we accept, the better for us. The second one is emotional demand. We know it's quite challenging. Sometimes you feel isolated, and sometimes you just want to, like somebody said yesterday, she wants to sleep and she doesn't want to wake up. It's emotional, it's challenging. We understand. These are some of the realities you face or you experience having a child on the spectrum. Of course, financial challenges. If you're going to talk to experts, you need to book an appointment and you need to pay for a lot of things. We understand the realities of your experiences. And the next one is social isolation. There are times you want to go out, but you don't want to go again because you don't want to continue to explain the condition of your child. The next person will look at you and be like, what kind of parent are you? Instead of you to have remarkable social skills, now you are isolating yourself, which could affect your mental health. We understand your situation. The next one is lifelong advocacy. At every point in time, you just have to stand speaking for your child. I know it's not easy because the next look on your child, you just want to explain yourself. So we empathize with you, we understand your situation. The next one is family transformation. Sometimes you cannot work in the office again. You need to come and be a full-time mom at home because of the care your child needs. I'm telling you, we understand your reality. The next one is search for support. In an environment like Nigeria, where expertise is exaggerated, you are going to find it very difficult to get people who is going to help you. We understand your situation. And finally, I want to remind you about a story. It was an old woman, 12 years ago. She was sitting at the penultimate area of that side, in the same hall, and it was a session. Then, everybody was allowed to ask a question. She signified and said, please, I have a question. Luckily for her, she was sighted and she was allowed. She had communication problems, she could not speak in English. And she said, hey, the joy ṣàánú mi. Èmi nìkan ni mo lè tọ́jú ọmọ yìí. Tí n bá kú ta ló máa bá mi tọ́jú ọmọ yìí nsìn. It was the woman who was living in perpetual fear and uncertainty. The question she asked was, she is the only one that appreciates this child, but she fears that if anything should happen to her, what is going to happen to her child? I am telling you that we carefully understand that this thing envelops your mind, but there is hope. The hope starts from the next slide. Apart from that, before I go to the hope, in furtherance to understanding the challenges you face, sometimes these are some of the experts that an average parent who has a child on the spectrum could be looking for or would have to meet. So, this is not a call for sympathy. This is not a call for me to encourage you. This is a call for you to understand the reality of the child you are not supporting. This is a call for you to understand that you are wrong for speaking bad to that parent just because the child is different. Because if she has to navigate all of this, can you understand the strain on her family? Developmental pediatrician, a behavioral analyst, a speech pathologist, a child psychiatrist, a neurologist, a psychologist, occupational therapist, a nutritionist, audiologist, special education, ECE expert, among others I did not even have. In the heart of all of these is a parent who is perpetually looking for what? Support. So when I tell you I understand your reality, it's to empathize with you. Why am I telling you your reality? Because you need to change your scope of acceptance. How? The next slide. Oh, sorry, again, before we go, I need to also tell you about the uniqueness of people on the spectrum. Please, the video. There is something we call savant skill. Savant skill is an exceptional strength of around globally 10% of children on the spectrum. They can do what many of us cannot do. And here is the story of a child. So watch. Please, the light.
Images
Down
of
Nepa, not
cityscapes
up Nepa
from
now.
around the world have made Stephen Wiltshire famous internationally. A selection of his work is on sale at his London gallery. A drawing by Stephen Wiltshire can cost anything between 1,700 and 200,000 euros.
I'm really satisfied for my work because I will like the way I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it my way.
Stephen Wiltshire is a born and bred Londoner, and the city is a constant source of inspiration to him. He sometimes takes photos of views that speak to him, but he draws and paints from memory.
It's just so beautiful out there because I can see the London Eye, and I see the half of a county hall, and Hungerford footbridge, and a bit of a Medieval Royal Festival Hall.
Back in his studio, with the views still fresh in his mind, Stephen Wiltshire begins drawing Westminster Bridge.
Pause the video, please, because of time. Okay, thank you. Now, why am I showing you this? Because if the parent of this particular man has been fixated on is not talking, the grades are not good, this man would not have an office in London selling his artwork for £1,500 per copy. This is a man that anywhere he goes to on the plane, everything he sees, he would never forget and he can document it. And he has traveled to countries I have never been and I'm not sure I could ever get to in my life. Just because acceptance started not based on parental expectations, but the reality of the strength of the child. So you now understand who is servant is. So your child might be a servant. But if you are not carefully checking, you are just going to choose to be unhappy. Now, there's something we call the theory of multiple intelligence. It's talking about the distinct uniqueness of every individual. That if a child is not strong here, is going to have unprecedented, unimaginable strength in other things. So, I'm going to explain this to you briefly and ask you a question. What is it that you hope to have seen in your child that you have never seen? The boy that won the Guinness World Record in Nigeria, he had visual talent, right? Sholakwe has a child who can draw very well. So now, your child that you are not appreciating could be somebody who has linguistic intelligence. It might not be that he's even vocal. It could just be that he can express his words via drawing or things, but he can even talk, like the boy I told you about in Ghana. He's on the spectrum. The second one is logical mathematics. Dr. Kilo yesterday was talking about brain. Am I correct? Branding. How he saw a graph, he was just calculating. This could be the next global mathematician that we are looking for. The next one is bodily kinesthetics. You know, when they came, the man that was sacking everybody, do you see how he was dancing? If only your child has such a strength and you are not appreciating it, you might just be unhappy because of what you choose not to see. The next one is intrapersonal relationship. See, even people that are not atypical, people who have not been diagnosed to be on the spectrum, sometimes by personality traits, we don't talk to people. Like we just choose to be on our own. For me, anywhere I go to, I want to talk. There are people who do not love to talk. So it could be a case whereby you also need to appreciate the intrapersonal relationship of your child. The next one is visual spatial. This person is good with image. He can tell you, just like we're talking about astronauts or anything. These are people that will never forget words and they will always remember things that have to do with visual. The next one is musical. When they hear sound, they are good, they can sing, they can write songs, among others. Okay, that was interpersonal, intrapersonal, and naturalistic. This one is about environment, care for environment, among others. So pause for a moment, please. You can take a picture of this. Then sit and reflect that what unique strength has my child been displaying that I've never seen? Because behavior speak, you just have to listen. The next one. Here, I might have to offend a few people. I apologize in advance. Now, I'm a trained educator, and I want to tell you, you cannot be a medical expert because of interest. Because you just love to go to the hospital does not qualify you as a medical expert. Teaching is a profession. It's something people go and study to understand the art and science of teaching children. So just because you are good with kids does not qualify you to be somebody who can say, I'm a teacher. See, teaching is both. Okay, I'll say it again. Thank you for telling me. So, teaching is both a profession and a vocation. Let me tell you. So, we have remarkable pastors in Nigeria. We have remarkable imams in Nigeria. They speak to you and you self-reflect and you want to change your ways. They have not gone to school to study education. That is because they can teach based on calling, not on profession. So, they are teachers by vocation, not by profession. So, please, the parent is so desperate, looking for the next person who can understand how to teach the child. In the place of exaggerated expertise, you will be doing a disservice to the parents when they are looking for actual service. This is where we need to understand the limit of our expertise. So, henceforth, in the classroom, bear in mind, teaching is a profession and a vocation. Distinguish between what you are, because reality is also a reflection of changing your ways. Acceptance is also reflecting and knowing that, I have exaggerated my expertise. Let me be humble with what I can do. That is when you can actually accept in action and support parents. I talk about professional humility. Let me explain this. When Dr. Kilo came to me that Afis, look at this boy. By virtue of experience, there are people on this seat that can do all of the presentation. But the reality is everybody has a unique and distinct understanding of certain. Go and read their profiles. These are people that they are big, but they don't reflect it in their bio. But you see somebody who has been in the program for 1 week, then he's a consultant. Just 1 week. In fact, it's going to be introduction to special education, and now it goes around. My name is Afit Abdulrazak, consultant pediatric, who has done this, all for a 72-hour class. So please, let us be humble, because the parents need genuine support. Imagine what I told you about burnout. If they have been looking for solution, they now come to somebody who cannot help, but they think you can help. It's another form of problem for them. So please, be sincere with your practice. The next one, I'm looking at time. Now, the question I'm going to ask you, how many people are teachers? If you're a teacher, please raise your hand. Now, so if I can ask you, what pedagogy do you use in your class? Not you, I'm sorry. Because you really have an understanding of pedagogy. We had a conversation yesterday. So please, if you are working in a school, come and tell me the kind of pedagogical approach you are using in your school. They are running away. Yes, come.
So I use the eclectic multisensory approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so this is Dr. Grace. She loved dancing. You saw her yesterday. So basically, parents, if you go to any school, the first question you should ask them is, what pedagogy are you using? Now, teachers, for every child you are teaching, your work should be guided by two things. Number one, the pedagogical understanding of approach you want to use, and the theory behind that pedagogy. Now, for example, people will say we use American curriculum. There is nothing like that. American curriculum does not exist. People will say that we are using British curriculum. It doesn't exist. Britain is made up of 4 countries, independent sovereign countries. How can they now have the same curricular approach? Reggio Emilia approach emanated from Italy, but it is not the most popular in Italy today. America has over 4 curricular approaches that emanated from it. So, because of poverty of time, basically, what I'm going to tell you is, bear one thing in mind. For you to teach a child, you need to ask yourself, what pedagogical approach? We have Montessori approach. In America, iScope is common. We have the creative curriculum. What they attribute to the British is EYFS. It is not a curriculum, it's a framework. So there is a distinction between a curriculum, a framework, and an approach. So for a child who is on the spectrum, there is an easy approach to use for them. There's something we call the project approach. When we have one-on-one conversation, we can talk about that. But basically, the lesson here is understand your theory, understand your pedagogy. Pedagogy is guided by theory. It cannot work in isolation. Finally, there's something we call learning. Learning can be defined as a relatively permanent change in behavior as a result of experience. That is the definition, but it's wrong. Learning should be defined as a relatively permanent change in behavior as a result of encounter, experience, and exposure. Because you need to have an encounter before you can have experience. And it is the experience that will do what? Expose you. So please, if you want to expose yourself to knowledge, reflect about these questions. So the framework in the classroom. Number one is appreciate. What are you appreciating? See the child uniqueness and look beyond the deficit. Create an enabling environment. Teach through the strength. Include the child. Observe, nurture, partner, and reflect. I'm sorry, I don't have time again. The next one. Dr. Kilo, please come outside. I need a parent with a child on the spectrum. A parent with a child on the spectrum. No, like from the audience. Who? Yes, if you have a child on the spectrum, please come out. I don't have time, please. No, where's your child? I'm not inviting only you. You and your child. A parent with a child. Auntie, Emma Tiju. Now, GTCO want us to achieve one thing. Please, you can also come. Go on the podium. They want us to talk about workforce, classroom, public spaces, and family. We've talked about family, we've talked about classroom. Now, there's something we call the biopsychosocial model. The biopsychosocial model is something you and I need to embrace before we leave here today. This was the way autism started. Please sit here. Thank you. Madam, sit here. This is a developmental pediatrician. Autism started with a biomedical approach. The biomedical approach was a way where autism was just a conversation between the parents and the hospital. So when they come to the hospital, the only thing they would do, talk about my child is doing this and that, then Dr. Kilo will tell them, okay, he's on the spectrum, and that's it. Then the next advice is therapy. But what has changed over time is that autism is not the experience of this unique individual alone. Thank you, he's accepting what I said. It's the experience of the entire family. So we need to move from the medical approach to a biopsychosocial approach. Why? Because behind this young man is the mother who needs to accept them, whatever they are doing, is it going to show? It will never show. So, autism should move from a biomedical perspective to what? Biopsychosocial. And that affects all of us. The woman in the market, the religious leader, the person in the hospital, all of us. Because something happened here 12 years ago. There was a woman who came and the boy ran to the highway. And people became bystanders, not supporting the woman. And she was crying so profusely, inconsolably. If only we understood the biopsychosocial model, what would we have done? We would have supported her. Because at that time, it's not about the child, it's about what? All of us. Now, one thing. GTCO has been using the biopsychosocial model for a long time. Who can tell me how? Please, you can go. Thank you. Who can tell me? They told me I don't have time anymore. Please, you can go. So you can read my slide. Now, the next one is quality of life. So quality of life for family, quality of life for the child. So quality of life, now, I will tell you a story. There was a student I had. Her name is Yetunde. Yetunde is here today. Yetunde is visually impaired. But Yetunde presently works with Lagos State and supports children on the spectrum with her work. I asked Yetunde a question many years ago. Because she was visually impaired, I thought the best way for me to support her was to get money for her to do a surgery. When I asked Yetunde, when I told her about it, you know what she told me? She said, Mr. Hafiz, I am fine. That made me reflect that I look from my own perspective, not from my own perspective. So quality of life is looking from your perspective. Sorry, I'm sorry, just read it. But these are the components of quality of life. So I'm sorry I don't have time anymore. As I round off this, I have a message for you. And this is my message for the parent. So look, very quickly, inclusion give... Another question we need to ask is, are we supporting inclusion or social inclusion? Inclusion is word. Social inclusion is acceptance in action. Finally, I have a message for you. You must have been wondering why I'm wearing this. So I will tell you why I'm wearing this. So Hafiz, why do you wear the scrub? People act quietly in his car, not because he has nowhere to go, but because he does not know how to carry the weight of tomorrow. I wear it because I have seen parents apologize for children who never needed to apologize for themselves. I wear it because I have watched little ants flap with excitement when the world called it a problem. I saw brilliance. Where others saw bad behavior, I saw possibilities. Where others saw limitation, I wear it because I have celebrated victories the world never noticed. A first word, a first eye contact, a first friendship, a first day without fear, a parent who finally smiled again. I wear it because I have stood beside families when hope felt smaller than fear, not to promise miracles, not to promise cures, but to promise you would never walk this journey alone. I wear it because research gave me knowledge, but family gave me purpose, children gave me perspective, and hope gave me a calling. I wear it because I have knelt beside children who never spoke my language. Yet, somehow, they taught me that the deepest lesson about humanity, they taught me that communication is far bigger than words, that intelligence is far bigger than grades, and that love needs no translation. So today, this scrub is not a uniform, it's a promise. A promise to every parent who wonders, will anyone understand my child? A promise to every teacher who chooses patience over frustration. A promise to every clinician who remembers that before there is a diagnosis, there is a human being. A promise to every autistic child that your worth will never be measured by how closely you resemble everyone else. Then, that when I take this scrub away tonight, I hope one thing remains. Not my presentation, not my research, not my title, but believe that every autistic child deserves more than awareness, more than acceptance, and more than inclusion. They deserve to be understood, to be celebrated, to be loved, and above all, to belong. So, if you ever ask me again, Hafiz, why do you wear the scrub? My answer will always remain the same. Today, I wear the scrub in honor of every autistic child who has ever waited to be understood, and every parent who never stopped believing in themselves. So let your child shine bright like that one. Thank you for listening.
Bright like a diamond.
Wow, wow, wow.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky.
Can we make some more noise for Hafiz? That was beautiful, Hafiz Abdurazak. consultant, general consultant, and spoken word artist. Can we just celebrate him one more time? That was beautiful. I think that was a really energetic way to start today's conversation. There were a lot of things I loved about our presentation, but one of my major takeaways was just the simple definition of autism as a lifelong neurodevelopmental difference. And I really liked that. I really like that. It's a difference. And if we see it as that and not really a disease or a disorder, it just changes our perspective. So thank you so much, Hafiz, for that beautiful presentation. All right. We are going to have our next speaker, and she is at this conference for the first time, so let's show her some love. Come on, come on. So Dr. Torika Exume is going to talk about going from awareness to acceptance, creating neuro-inclusive spaces across the lifespan. And I'm just going to quickly read her bio before I bring her up. Dr. Torika Exume is a psychologist and behavior analyst with extensive experience supporting individuals with autism, mental health conditions, and brain injuries across the lifespan. She combines clinical practice with community engagement through parent training, school staff development, social skills programs, mentoring, and research. And she's passionate about empowering families and improving outcomes for autistic children. Dr. Exume specializes in communication, social development, behavior intervention, and safety skills. Lagos, please show Dr. Torika Exume some love.
Hello, everyone, and thank you. Woo, okay, I have a very hard presentation to follow. Mine is not as energetic, but that was pretty amazing. My presentation will focus on what's going to happen in the workplace. We all know that our little ones are going to grow up, right? They're cute as 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, but eventually they will be 14, 20, 30, 40 years old. So we have to prepare them now for the future. All right, let's give IT a second. Okay, so my presentation is on from awareness to acceptance, creating neuro-inclusive spaces across the lifespan. So once again, we're moving forward from early age to adolescence to young adults. Now, my presentation is for the parents, of course, but it's also for providers, but employers. Do I have any managers in the audience today? Just a few. Any supervisors? So there's a segment for parents, for providers, and for supervisors, because eventually these kids today will be working for you. So we have job skills needed for autistic adults, creating a workplace for everyone, hiring and accommodations, and then I also have a few examples of autistic individuals at work. So job skills. We all have to think about what our children are great at, and we want to focus on that. But there's a list of job skills that we can look at to begin. But before we look at those job skills, let's just take a moment about what your child, whether they're young, teen, or an adult, what are they good at? Think about what they're good at, and if they could do that independently or with help. Some children are great at counting. Some children are great at reading, socializing, or they might be great at building or engineering. You want to look at each of those skills and see how you can apply it to a workplace in the future. Now, as little kids, we see them playing now, but is it something that we can build on later as they continue to grow up, like we saw with Amara? Amara was great at drawing. Eventually, she worked for a design company, and she became head of the design program. Well, maybe your child is great at building. They're playing with Legos now, following a step-by-step guide, and maybe they could become an engineer or an architect in the future. There's a number of options, but let's see what that can be. So we have here a vocational skills checklist. There's a QR code that you can scan, and it will take you straight to a vocational skills assessment. You could do this at any time. You could start as young as 8 years old if you choose to, but I highly recommend doing this vocational skills checklist at the age of 12. Now, this vocational skills checklist will go over different categories such as communication, and I have a video that Tech will play now. And in this vocational skills checklist, you will see the different categories that your child should be able to do around the ages of 14 to 21 to be in the workplace. They don't have to do all, but they should be able to do most. I think IT is working on our video. All right, so here's the video. I'm glad it's playing. So yes, you have things that your child can do with help, and then you have comments. The comments will be if they're working on that in therapy, in school, or with an assistant. So you have work behaviors like staying on task, will finish a job, works neatly, can complete 2 or do 2 to 3 step-long sequences, whatever it may be. Most of these you are working on right now in a natural environment. Others are doing it in a school setting, or they might be doing it in therapy sessions. So this list here is very helpful to give you some insight on what to work on to help your child or your teen better prepared to work in a workplace setting. If we could switch back to the PowerPoint, that would be great. And again, that is just one of the various resources that I have for you today, but this is the easiest one to complete. I also have here what is called ELSA. This is like a second opinion or a backup checklist. You can scan this as well. If you're having a hard time completing this one, you could have your pediatrician, your school teacher, or a neighbor assist you with this one. But this one is also going into different work categories like work attitudes, work quality, and then work habits. Again, these are things that you want to start thinking about now. If you have a teen, 14 years old at least, this is the assessment that you would like to work on and build up on. Again, this is just a QR code for ELSA, and we're gonna speed through this just so we could stay on track. Here is your blueprint of working and transitioning through therapy into the workplace setting. Again, your blueprint, meaning that it's a guide, but it's a very helpful transitional guide. You have one starting with therapy and foundations. You wanna identify your child's strengths and limitations. And then we go into skills building and prep, problem solving. If you need to work on that, this is the time to do so. Daily living skills. From there, you're gonna go into career exploration with your child's strengths and prep. Where would they best fit? From career exploration and planning, you're going to go into job practice, job training and practice. You could do this in a home setting first before you go into an ideal setting. And there are numerous opportunities out there for your child, young or teen, to get some practice, whether it is shadowing or interning. And then you want to look at supported employment. And really, this is where supervisors, employers, will come in and offer on-the-job coaching or some sort of vocational job training, either in person or online. And then, of course, we want to sustain career growth. Here I have an extra resource. This is for financial literacy. Financial literacy is a very important component for all adults on the spectrum. We need to eventually teach them how to count money, budget funds, read a paycheck, pay bills, be an adult just like the rest of us, because we need to understand what's going on with our funding. We have here one module that is by the National Autistic Society. It is 60 to 120 minutes in length, and it is completely free. But we also have many others in the States, such as JP Morgan. They have a financial literacy course. But this will be great for major banks like GT to also come up with a financial literacy program that is free to the community. All right, so let's look at creating a workplace for everyone. And again, we're going to push through these slides quickly. So there's the universal design strategies, which will help these individuals in the workplace setting. For example, you will want to have flexible work arrangements, such as remote work or flexible work or flexible hours. Some individuals may work better in the morning time, others in the evening or after hours. You have to see what is best. What I like to do is in the beginning of the probation period or when they begin to work, to assign them to different time blocks and see when they're most productive or best, showing their best performance. But this takes time to accomplish. It's not just trying it one time and done. This will take a multiple number of sessions or trials or weeks to complete. Here we have multiple communication modalities in a workplace setting. We will want to have a high-tech ACC device that was taught to you yesterday in one of our other sessions. You will also want to have like a step-by-step guide if this individual is new to working at a certain workplace. And this step-by-step guide can have numbers on their text and visuals, or just one or the other, or two out of three, whichever will work best for that autistic individual in the new workplace. Environmental modifications, this is usually what we would like to do first, just to make sure that the workplace setting is fit. You want to have space, you want to have whiteboards, you want to have either separate desks or desks that are together. That kind of gives that community support setting. Color coding and labeling. We know that a number of autistic adults best functions with routine or labels or any sort of visual identification or labeling. So in the career setting or the workplace setting, you can do the same. They could have bins that they can label or place items in. There can also be a job chart that is very helpful. So if you have an 18-year-old autistic male who is going to work for the first time and they're just not sure what to do during that 2-hour period on the job, they can have a job chart that would tell them what to do step by step, even down into time intervals to help them get through that work session. Social support and inclusive decision-making. This is when there are other key personnel in the workplace that will be very supportive to that individual on the spectrum. Now, what's great about this is that it takes a team effort anyway at work. This builds in acceptance. We want to see more active personnel in the workplace helping out these autistic individuals. And we want to just see this happen naturally. Of course, some people will require training, but eventually you want this to happen naturally. Accessible rest areas, this is like a sensory space. I know even for me and for others in my job setting, we need like a quiet area just so we could take a break. So the same goes for autistic individuals in a workplace. This is just, again, a comfortable workplace in the back corner. It could have bean bags. It can have just common music. It could have a window. It could even be a chair in a garden. That would be good enough. Sensory needs, so of course there may have to be some reasonable changes in the environment. Every autistic individual has their own sensory sensitivities that will have to be communicated, and then those accommodations will be made. Workflow needs, but we're going to skip over that slide for the sake of time. Hiring and accommodations. So as we know, autistic individuals may have a hard time with communication. They may have a hard time with Q&A. In a typical job setting, you will have just the ordinary common hiring process. Why do you want to work? Why are you interested? In this case, we might have to switch it up. So live and individual interviews may cause anxiety, but group interviews may cause anxiety as well. So what do? There's other alternatives to interviews. You can send the questions ahead of time and they can send the replies back, or they can have their responses ready to read to you. You can do the interview over the phone or via Zoom. But what I highly recommend is that you have that individual complete the task in front of you. If it's something that's requiring looking at inventory or packing a package, see if they can do it there. You don't have to ask questions and force a response. Instead, you could just base the interviewing process on their performance. Can they do this? Can they do it in a set of amount of time? Can they do it repeatedly? And if so, great, that's all I need. Accommodation examples continue. So if they're having issues paying attention or concentrating, you could change up their seating. Noise canceling headsets, which was mentioned yesterday. Fidgeting helps. And then of course, therapeutic glasses. Therapeutic glasses would be like sunglasses, actually, because sometimes the light can be distracting or it could be a sensory trigger. We have other accommodation examples here, such as using a visual timer to get through the work task or the work day. A smart pen is what I usually recommend for my adult, even adolescent participants. A smart pen is a typical pen with ink, but it also has a microphone at the end. You would just press the button, play or record, and it will record your notes, and it can play it back at any time. We have workplace advocacy and support for autistic employees. Really, this is for employers. I don't have a QR code for this one because they are always updating this document, but you could simply type in Autism Society, workplace advocacy and support for autistic employees, pull up this document, and it will give you even more tips on how to have or work with these individuals in your workplace. All right, so I do have some examples of autistic individuals at work. I do not have the videos to play, but I do have some images. I have Ryan, Kate, and John. They started working as teens. We started working on their vocational skills from the age of 11 to 14. They started working, I would say, 14 to 16, and now they're in their early 20s. We have Ryan, who works in the cafeteria every day at school. He's not, how are you? And it is functional and acceptable in that setting. We also have John here, who is nonverbal. So what's interesting about John is that he's using a high-tech AAC device, but there's only certain pegs or images on there. So he has a personal setting, and then he has a workplace setting. And on his device for the workplace setting, it will have numbers, other key personnel names on there. It would say like lunch break, my main break. And I'm already getting the warning to wrap this up, so let's go to the next slide. Here are some potential workplaces for autistic African adults, and you could take a picture of this if you choose to. We have some options here in Nigeria, but also in Ghana. Now, this is for job training, meaning that they're learning how to be in the workplace, how to work around others, how to work on a shift, what to do during a shift. So this is just some examples here, but there are many more up and coming. We have vocational and transitional centers, and then we have initiatives which are current active projects like Best Buddies. We also have other major current workplaces for autistic adults around the world. Of course, we have the big three, the heavy hitters, Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon, and that is for those individuals that are very tech savvy, those that are great at coding, those that are great at designing whatever software it may be, or do an inventory, or just great with numbers or typing or other digital work as well. All right, so in conclusion, I have here just a visual on where to begin and how to continue the process in the workplace, or building up to have your child, teen, or adult work in the workplace. You have to presume competence, that is what they're able to do. Promote autonomy, that's what they could do independently. Respect all communication styles, whether they are speaking orally to you, using a speech device, PECs. Be informed by neurodivergent voices. So I work for a university. I have access to a number of patients and participants, and I'm continuously surveying them to see what works best for them in the workplace. So
Thank you so much, Dr. Rika. That was amazing. It won't be easy, but it can be done, is how she ends this. And that's so true. That's so important. Focusing on the workplace and speaking directly to people in the workplace to do the hard work of creating an environment where those on the spectrum can thrive is very important. And I like that this conference is making that the focus. All right, our next speaker is ready to come up. Who's having a good time today? Fantastic. All right, so I want to talk about practical behavior strategies for diverse learning environments. And I've got someone else who is coming to the conference for the first time, so we need to show her big love. Dr. Abiola Taiwo. Can we put our hands together? Dr. Abiola Taiwo is a licensed clinical psychologist, board-certified behavior analyst, and clinical assistant professor of pediatrics at the University of Missouri, Kansas City. She earned her PhD in school psychology from the University of Oregon, where her research focused on the intersection of caregiver mental health and support systems in families of children with autism and neurodevelopmental differences. Her clinical practice centers on providing early diagnostic evaluations and behavioral intervention services to families of children with autism and developmental disabilities. She's also dedicated to training future providers who work with this population. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Dr. Abiola Taiwo.
Hello, everyone. I know I'm the last person standing between you and lunch, so I won't keep you too long, but I do want to make sure that you get all the information from today. You could have the slides up, please. Okay, so we've all talked about acceptance in different areas. We've talked about acceptance at home, at the workplace. So my presentation is really going to focus on acceptance in the classroom setting or acceptance in a therapist room. So at the end of today, I want you all to be able to identify some of the common behavioral problems that you might see in children, thinking about why the behaviors are happening, and finally, we'll talk through some really short practical strategies of how you can work with those behavioral problems in the classroom setting. So I'm not going to talk about this because Afiz already talked about it, so I'll skip over this slide. However, I did want to talk a little bit about some of the strengths that we see in children with autism. What we know is that they are very creative, like in the video Afiz showed earlier. We also know that the things that they like, they become very good experts on. If you meet a child with autism who likes planes, he can tell you all about planes, when they were created, who created them. Those are things that they like and they can tell you a lot of. We also know that children with autism can be honest, sometimes a little too honest. If you ask them if you're dressed as ugly or pretty, they will tell you the truth. So you have to be careful the kind of questions you ask them. Okay. However, we also know that in addition to some of the awesome strengths that we see in children with autism, it is also accompanied by a lot of different challenges. Now, Afiz has already talked about some of the other diagnoses that you see, and so today my focus is really going to be on challenging behaviors. When we think about challenging behaviors, it's defined as any repeated pattern of behavior that interferes with or is at risk of interfering with optimal learning. So when you think about a child in any environment, if there are behaviors that makes it hard for that child to learn, that makes it hard for that child to be able to interact with other kids, with other adults, with other therapists, that can be classified as a challenging behavior or a behavioral problem, or really however phrase that you want to use. There are lots of behaviors that we see in kids with autism that we would like to see less of. The most common one is aggression. So hitting, kicking, biting. Then we have disruption. So a child that could be very loud in the classroom or is disrupting the classroom as a whole. We have non-compliance. So a child that you say, James, come sit here. No, and they walk away. That's non-compliance. You have a child who might be injuring themselves, so hitting or biting themselves. Maybe a child who elopes. If you're not holding on to that child, they might quickly run away. So these are really some of the common behavioral problems that we often see in children who have autism. Almost all children with autism have some form of behavioral problem. So recent research shows that about 56 to 94% of a child that's diagnosed with autism are more likely to have behavioral problems. The most common one is aggression, and then that's followed by the self-injurious behaviors. What we know is if there is no intervention, if there is nothing done, that behavior will continue. And oftentimes they will intensify with time. What we also know is that families who have children with autism who have a lot of behavioral problems are very likely to report high stress. So they're very likely to be very stressed. Some of them report high rates of depression. Some of them just have a lot of different stressors in their lives, and that child with that behavioral problems adds on to the stress that they already have. So, now that we've talked about behavior problems, we know it's important. Let's think about what can we do. But first, why is it happening? Why is my child hitting? Why is my child biting themselves? Why is my child running away from me? There are a lot of reasons why this can happen, but the first one is they are communicative. So when a child does something, they're trying to tell you something. Take, for example, a child who has a toothache. Their tooth is hurting, but they can't tell you verbally. If you try to touch them, they might hit you. They might hit themselves. You might not know what's happening, but internally, they have a toothache, and that's their way of communicating that. So all behaviors are communicating something. They also occur in context. So depending on the situation, depending on the where and when, a behavior might happen more frequently, it might happen more intensely. Take, for example, a child who does not like math. So you bring out a math workbook, 2 + 2 is on there, and they're screaming, yelling, running away. But you take that same child and you go to the park and say, okay, go have fun, and they're happy, they're happy with their friends, playing around. That's the same child, but in 2 different contexts. We see behavioral problems, in another context, we don't see it. And then finally, they are learned over time. So I'm not saying that as a parent, you tell your child, okay, next time you want something, hit me. That's not what I'm saying. But that child learns that, oh, when I hit, mom gives me my tablet. Or when I hit, mom gives me food. So they're learning that if I do this behavior, this happens. So that's how a behavior is learned over time. Sometimes behaviors also happen because that is the child's way of expressing physical discomfort. Maybe the child needs their diaper changed. Maybe something is bothering them in their hair. Maybe they have a headache. They're not able to tell you that, and so they can do that using their behaviors. Maybe the light is too bright. Maybe they don't like the food that they're eating. The texture is a little funky. Those are different things that can make a child more likely to be aggressive or to have any other type of behavioral problems. Maybe they don't know how to tell you that they're getting really frustrated with what you're telling them to do. Maybe they really want a toy from a friend and they don't know how to ask. So that skill is missing. Although it's something that you can teach them, but at that point in time, they don't know how. So because they don't know how, they're more likely to do that outwardly. So hitting, kicking, and the likes. And maybe there are different environmental factors. Maybe there's a lot of other students in the classroom, and before there were only 2. Maybe there are a lot of teachers. Maybe they haven't had their dinner yet, and you're telling them to go take the trash can outside. They're going to be more likely to engage in behavior problems. When we think about strategies on how to manage behavior problems, there are generally 2 categories. One is preventative. So we want to do something to make the behavior less likely to happen. And then the next is response. So we're doing something after the behavior has already happened. When we are also thinking about strategies, we want to focus on what is my child good at and how can I use that to teach a new skill. So a lot of the other presenters have talked about this, so I won't talk too much about it, but we also want to realize that whether a child has autism or not, our brains are wired differently. We all think about things differently. We all behave differently. So it's really important to use that strength of your child and use that when you're thinking about a behavior strategy or when you're thinking about something to teach that child. So what I'm really going to focus on is preventative, right? I think most of us would agree that if we can prevent the behavior or the problem from happening, you would all be happier. So that's what I'm going to focus more of my time on. And the first strategy that I'll discuss is modifying the environment. So modifying the environment really means, what can I change in the immediate environment that will make it less likely for my child to do this? What can I change in the classroom setting that will make it less likely for for the student to hit? So this is something that you're doing ahead of time. You don't just come on the day of and the child is there and you're like, oh, let me modify the environment. No. You want to do this before the child comes in the classroom. And so you're thinking of, okay, do I have the teacher? Do I have the assistant teacher? Do I have the therapist? Are they already in the room for the students to get in? Are there too much sensory input in the classroom? Do I have the lights where there should be? Do I have extra noises gone? The radio turned down? Has my student had food today? Have they taken their medications? Have they had something to drink? As we all know, when you're hungry, you can get very angry very easily, right? So you want to make sure, have they had their food? Have they had something to drink? Did they get some sleep? As you also know, if you've only had 2 hours of sleep, you don't have a lot of patience with anybody. It's the same thing with kids with autism. So these are things you want to keep in mind as you are modifying the environment. A couple of do's. So your seating arrangement. Think about a classroom. If you have a child that's more likely to hit, it's good to put them close to you so that you're able to intervene immediately, as opposed to they're at the back and then you have to run around and try to get them where they're already out of the seat. So think about where you want to sit the child with autism. Also thinking about recognizing and responding to early signs. So if you're teaching toilet training and your child needs to go to the restroom, how do they let you know without talking that they need to go to the restroom? Usually they're wiggling their body, they're doing something, you're like, oh, okay, let's go, let's go, let's go. So looking at those early signs and responding early really helps in making sure that behavior does not go all the way. You catch it early. The next is establishing like a cool down zone. So think about a classroom having a spot where if you know that a child is starting to get upset, they're starting to get angry, just taking them to a cool down zone and having them take a rest, having them calm down, and I'll show a picture of what that could look like. That is really helpful again in catching the problem before it goes all the way. Also making materials available. So think about the classroom. Let's say you want to teach English. Make sure the workbook is there, the pen is there, the pencil is there. Everything that they need is already there before that child sits down. Imagine they're already sitting down and you say, oh, I need to go get my pencil. Okay, let me go and come back. They've taken off, they're running around. So make sure the materials are ready before you start teaching. We've also talked about using visuals. So children with autism really thrive on having routines. They really thrive on having any form of visual support. And honestly, not just children with autism. Everyone thrives. When you know exactly what to do, you do better. So having a routine that you're following with the student really helps. This is an example of what it looks like to have a cool down room. So that would be the before and that's the after. And the whole sentence or telling a whole story where you just want them to do one thing. If you think about how much you would pay for each word, like if I tell you, you're going to pay me 1,000 naira for each word that you use, you want to use one word, right? You don't want to use a lot. So it's the same thing with their students. Use simple language. Point. James, sit over here. Jasmine, pick up your pencil. You're telling them and you're pointing. Also, model. Show them. We wash our hands like this. You're telling them and you're showing them. Avoid saying no. It's easy to say no. Mommy, can I? No. No. And we know no is a trigger. A lot of times when children with autism hear the word no, they're more likely to have behavioral problems. So instead of saying no, you can say, oh, not right now, or let's do this instead. So trying to find other words to replace with no. Also providing warnings. So if they're going to be playing for only 5 more minutes, you say, okay, we have 5 more minutes, and then we have dinner. Or we have 5 more minutes on our homework, and then we can watch TV. So letting them know of a transition before they go to their next activity. When we think about communication, we want to make sure that we're using the communication system that the child knows. If the child is using a technology device, make sure it's charged, right? If the child can't use it, how are they going to tell you what they need or what they want? If they're using sign language, you should know how to use sign language. If you can't use it, you should not be teaching that child. You also want to get their attention. So you as the teacher shouldn't be here and the student is over there and you're saying, Bukola, come and sit here. They're not listening. You're too far away. They need to be close, you have their attention, and you tell them what to do. Sometimes it might take like tapping them on their shoulder and making sure they're looking somewhat at you before you give them the instruction. Again, I've talked about this, but I'm just going to say it again. Use clear, simple instruction. So, for example, time's up, clean up your toy, as opposed to saying, we're going to have dinner now, no more playing, come and clean up your toys. That's a whole paragraph, and you could just be 5 short words. Also, don't ask questions when it's just a statement. So if you tell a child, can you sit down? They can say no, because you give them an option, right? So if it's not an option, then don't give it. Sometimes they do have options, as we all do, and you can use options in those times. Finally, when that child or the student does the instruction, praise them. Thank you, James, for sitting down. You did such a good job writing your name on that paper. Wow, that looks so good. Good job. Make sure you're always praising them for the good behavior that they're engaging in. The next strategy is behavior momentum. So this is generally used as a way to encourage a student to do something that's new or something that's hard for them. So you always start with having them do 2 to 3 things that they are able to do, that they can do quickly. And then add in the 4th or 5th task as something that they are learning to do or something that is hard for them. So this is an example. Let's say you're teaching potty training. So you can say, James, high five. What's your name? Stomp on your feet. Clap your hands. Okay, James, let's go potty. And you walk them to the bathroom. So again, 3 to 4 things that they're able to do quickly, and then you tell them the last thing that they're working on or that's hard for them to do. Another example in the classroom, I just realized I've been saying James a lot. I need to think of another name. James, please erase the board. You did that so quickly. Good job. Write today's date. Wow, you did that so quickly. Pass out the papers. Okay, nice job. Go sit down and open your math book. Because they've done 2 to 3 things that they can do well and that they did it so quickly, they're more likely to follow that last response and sit down. And here is the final strategy. This is instructional choice or choice making. So this is when they actually have a choice in the activity. Sometimes there's no choice, right? You want to take your medication, you need to take your medication. It's time for dinner, you should eat dinner. But sometimes there are choices, especially in the classroom. And generally, this is used as a way to give that student some autonomy. They feel like, oh, I have a say in something that's happening to me. I have a say in something that I have to do. So this can happen either between activity or within activity. So between activity, you can say, we have to do math and reading. Which one do you want to do first? So they get to choose. They're going to do both, but they get to choose which one they're doing first. And then within activity, okay, we're going to do reading. I have story A or story B. Which story do you want to read? So they're doing reading, but they get to choose which activity within that reading. And here are other examples. Sometimes you can give choices for locations. Would you like to read your story in your chair, or would you like to read it on the floor over here? Would you like to read it in the front of the classroom, or would you like to read it at the back of the classroom? Maybe they have to write something, and maybe they have a tablet or a laptop. Do you want to write your activity with a pencil or a pen? Do you want to use the white paper or the pink paper? You could also have them choose between what they want to write about. Do you want to write about your favorite food, or do you want to write about your favorite animal? And then sometimes, if they're working for something, so once you're done with writing, you can work for extra playtime, or you can work for a snack. So they get to choose between what they're earning as a reinforcer. Just a couple things to keep in mind when you want to use choice making. You want to try not to overload. So try to keep your choices between 2 or 3. If it's more than that, they can be overloaded and not be able to make a choice. Always provide praise. Thank you for doing this. Good job doing this. That looks so good. You're doing such a great job. Also provide options to teach them how to make choices. Some children with autism don't know how to do that, so that's something you have to teach them. And then finally, as you're teaching, you're modeling, you're praising, in fact, really with anything that you do, make sure that you're praising that child and you're giving them positive reinforcers. Okay. So, if you've forgotten everything that I've talked about in the last 15 minutes, here is something to remember. Behaviors happen for a reason. If a child is hitting, if they're slapping, if they're not eating, that is happening for a reason. So it's your job as the teacher, therapist, parent to find out why. Always think about how you can modify your environment. How can I make it easy for this child to do this behavior? How can I make it easy for this child to learn? How can I make it easy for this child to interact with other people? Build in choices. There are lots of times in life, even as adults, where we don't have a choice. So if there are ways where you can give that child a choice in what they're doing, always try to do that. And then finally, think about you're going to pay for every word that you're using. So try to use as few words as possible. Try to keep it short, to the point, and direct. And I always like feedback, so if you'd like to give me some feedback, I would totally appreciate it. But thank you all so much for listening. I appreciate it.
One more time for Dr. Abiola Taiwo. Amazing, amazing. Wonderful. Behaviors happen for a reason. Modify your environment, building choices. Yes. And a couple of other very practical tips, things that we can start to do today. So thank you so much for those practical strategies. Dr. Abiola talked about being the only person between you guys and lunch, Abi. Do you remember she said that? It's not only her, me, too, I'm between you and lunch. So I've come with news. Do you want to hear it? Not just one. Don't worry, I'm coming. That's why I said, me, I'm now the weapon fashioned against your lunch. So yesterday, after lunch, about 70% of you ate our food and jackpot. So I've come for you today. And so with the powers vested in me as the MC of this program, I hereby pronounce that lunch will come at the end of the day. Those in favor say aye. Really? Really? Okay, fair. All right, so we have just one session before lunch, actually. We have the panel discussion before lunch. And that, so can we just put our hands together for our panelists? I'll bring them up quickly because we're running short with time. People have forgotten to put chairs on the stage for panel. Let's put the chairs on the stage. Is it those chairs? I don't think it's those ones though. It's not those ones. Okay, so as I'm reading their profile, let's set up the chairs. We have 5 people, so a moderator and 5 speakers. Our moderator is Tomi Agbola Odeleye. If you were here yesterday, you know Tomi. So I'll just read her bio. There are no chairs here too, so people should I'll be reading the bios, right? So Tomi is the lead speech and language therapist at a multidisciplinary practice in London. She works in clinics and schools, assessing both pediatric and adult patients, supervising junior speech and language therapists, delivering therapeutic interventions, and developing home programs. In 2019, she expanded her practice internationally by partnering with schools and foundations in Lagos and Abuja. Can we show Tomi Agbola Odeleye some love? All right. Another panelist is Sholakbi Azazi. Can we make some noise for a producer and a parent navigator that is supporting families of autistic individuals? Yes, you can make that round of applause aloud for Sholakbi Azazi. I've got on this panel Remy Olutimai, who is now, you can say, a veteran member. Yes, make some more noise for Remy. For those of you who don't know, Remy is a model and someone that we're so proud of, and we're usually very excited to have. I mean, we're excited to have all the speakers, but we're excited to have Remy because he is on the spectrum. But he's thriving. He's an adult model of someone who is thriving in society, contributing and doing all kinds of great work. Remy is a pioneering voice actor, director, and autism advocate who has transformed the African animation and audiobook industries. He's West Africa's first animation voice director. Can we put our hands together for that? He became the first African voice actor to rank #1 across the continent for animation and audiobook narration by the Society of Voice, Arts and Sciences. He's a winning Best African Voice Animation. He's received an award for Best African Voice Over Animation and Best African Audiobook Narrator. You people should be clapping for someone on the spectrum, right? With over 2 decades of experience, Remy introduced the concept of context control in voice acting and has led acclaimed projects such as Our Own Area, Ajaka, Lost in Rome, and Murder on SpaceX. Does Elon know about that Murder on SpaceX, Remy? Can we make some noise for Remy one more time? Okay, you can now come and be taking your seats. Let's put our hands together for them. Dr. Noimot Balogun is joining this panel as well. Dr. Noimot is a public health professional, design thinking strategist, stakeholder engagement consultant with multidisciplinary dentistry, public health, mass communication. So basically, she's the one that should be wearing a Fizz scrub. A PhD candidate and lecturer at the University of Lagos, Dr. Balogun has worked with government agencies, international development partners, private organizations as well, to strengthen health systems and advance impactful evidence-based solutions across Africa. Commissioner Dr. Noimot Balogun some love. And finally, last and certainly not least, where did she go? I thought I saw her here just now. Oh, okay, great, okay, yeah. Our Chicago-raised Yoruba doctor. Yes, show her some love. Put your hands together. I'm giving you doctor, forgive me. I just give people titles anyhow. Lola Dada Oli is an attorney, a disability inclusion advocate, a TEDx speaker, and executive director at JP Morgan Chase, where she leads the American with Disabilities Act legal team. Drawing on more than 3 decades of lived caregiving experience, She's a powerful voice for accessibility, inclusion, and caregiver well-being. Lola is also the host of Unapologetically Whole podcast and author of the memoir Unapologetically Whole, a memoir about autism, caregiving, and owning your story. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this panel. They will discuss how everyday citizens can drive acceptance in action from the home to the public space. Over to you, moderator.
All right, good morning, all. Good morning. Possibly have 3 questions at the end. Okay, so we're going to cover the community, family, and also society and public when it comes to acceptance and action. Okay, so the question for all of you is acceptance and action. What does it mean to you in your daily life? Each of you answering this question. Could we start with Sholape? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so acceptance in action, what does it mean? For me, acceptance...
Can you hear me?
Yes, but quietly. So maybe a little bit more volume on her
Can
mic.
you? Hello? Can you hear me? All right. Thank you, Sholape. So for me, I think acceptance in action is influenced by perspectives. Now, perspectives is a function of mindset. And I think the mindset is based on your socialization. So what you would see as kindness is what another person would see the other way. So your perspective is going to determine how you then decide to comply with policies and norms around acceptance. So acceptance is driven by perspectives.
I think for me, looking at myself and looking at my kids, acceptance is just confirming what is it the person needs, as opposed to what it is that they are. You have no idea what's going on in their head at the time. And as a is to try and communicate, you know, and even right now, as you are patiently listening to me, that sort of patience to what's this person trying to say, what is it that they need? That for me is the foundation of acceptance. Yeah.
Thank you. And Lola?
To me, acceptance means accepting your current reality while still having the audacity to dream for you and your family.
Very nice. I really like that. So I'm going to ask the panelists now to share a simple time when they chose acceptance over judgment. Okay? We'll start again, Sholape, please. When you chose acceptance over judgment.
So, from the top of my head, I have several stories, but I think I'll just pick one that is quite recent. And I think it was last year, we were traveling, we were at the airport, and of course, with a lot of kids on the spectrum, you have, you know, when the, you know, traveling through the airport, the noise, the light, and, you know, things not moving as it should be, you know, and it can be overwhelming. And I think at that point, my son was having a moment, and that was watching and looking. And at some point, he walked up to me and said, "Madam, how can I help?" He didn't stare at me, he didn't, for him, it was just like, oh, wow, how can I help to make this situation better? That was him seeing, accepting the situation and preferring solution.
So before I joined the University of Lagos this year, I had the opportunity of teaching therapists and people. And I've learned quite a number of things from GT Bank, and I've worked with therapists over the years, listening to them, teaching them communication. So when I started my class this semester, there was a particular group work that we're going to do. And the structure is that these students would come out. And then have the discussion. But then because I wanted a situation where if I was going to mark them, I needed to be sure that all of them were part of the discussion. So despite the fact that I already thought of it, that this one is going to be the speaker, this will be the next person, I could just call somebody out of the group. And so I just called this lady to say, oh, you start with the theory. And she came out, and the next thing, she started shaking. And she was just holding the mic, and she was shaking. And while the classmates were trying to clap, I collected the mic, and I just told the next person to continue. And they continued as if there was nothing, and I took her to the back, and I said, would you like to sit down here, or do you want to step outside? And she said, okay, that she would just step outside. And maybe like some 10 minutes later, she came back, and she was much better. She didn't need to continue the discussion with them. What I just told her was to come to my office later, and she gave me her own part of the discussion. At the end of the day, did she present? She has presented. Was she part of the group? She was part of the group. So one of the lessons is that, when they talk about public acceptance, it's something that has to be driven by knowledge. That knowledge is what we have to actively make possible through storytelling. I think that the storytelling concerning autism is cool here, but when you get outside, especially in the social media setting, it has to be much more deliberate. Telling the story, the positivity, and the opportunities in a life like this. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a really lovely lesson for the educators in the room about accommodations, the way we assess, and the ability to see when to step in and to provide a safe space for someone to really show you what they're capable of. So Remy, please, when did you choose acceptance over judgment?
All right, so it's going to be a before and after story. So two of my boys, Fela and Olu, they're on the spectrum. And Olu is like his great-grandmother. What you want, you'll get. And I took them to a neighbor's birthday party. Bro. I didn't have the energy. It was somebody else's housekeeper that was breaking up the fights that he was starting over balloons and things like that. And I was so frazzled because I was monitoring him, then I was monitoring his brother. And I said, look, everybody, we are going home now. Now. Let's go home. That is the before. The after is there's a pre-assumed, they assume they're going to be ignored when they want something, so they come on very strong when they want to get your attention. And sometimes there's hitting, sometimes there's screaming. And it actually even happened this morning. I just realized screaming was how my older boy says he's having fun. No, it's screaming like girls at a Justin Bieber concert, as in like it's really loud and it hits you. But I stood my ground, I calmed myself down, I looked into his eyes and I saw that his eyes were bright. And he was like, oh, okay. Good job. And I continued preparing for coming today. I don't think any two examples are going to be exactly the same. But the thing that must remain consistent is that for the acceptance to happen, the person has to, like I said earlier, you have to recognize what is the attempt at communication. Looking back, I have no idea what the younger one was doing, chasing all the balloons, what he really wanted. You know, perhaps if I had been patient and not been worried about how I was performing in front of the other parents, I might have found out. You know, but yeah, that acceptance, it just starts from there. And the strange thing is that, like in Sholakwe's example, you have no idea how you are setting an example for someone you have no idea, but when you choose to be the model, choose to be the example, the wonderful things follow. All right.
Thank you.
I want to add to what you said about being the example. Walking in this life is not easy, but those that do it as courageously as so many of the people I've heard, including the ones on the panel, we are the church and the mosque that some may never enter. So acceptance over judgment. My story is over 30 years long. I was a sibling caregiver before I was ever a parent caregiver. So I'm the older sister to a now autistic 40-year-old autistic and intellectually disabled man. So my acceptance journey looks different. I've accepted my brother so much so that when I was dating my now husband, after he proposed, I said, yes, but wait, you must come home with me over holiday so that you can meet my brother, because we come as a package deal, okay? So that to me is acceptance. And on that weekend, my husband bathed my brother and brushed his teeth. So I said, okay, I can marry you now. For those of you in the audience, Shakiri boy, Tosan. So knowing that, that is acceptance to me. And God used that experience because we would have not one baby on the spectrum, but two, and the next generation. So for me, it's not as much judgment. I've dealt with a lot of that. It's more of how do we now move based on the lessons from the past? And we have a family mission statement. I believe every family needs one, and it ties into the acceptance and judgment. What nobody's talked about yet on the panel, maybe other people are luckier than me, the judgment sometimes comes from family. You have to learn to develop what I call framily, friends who become like your family. And my last name's Ollie. We call ourselves Ollie Incorporated. Tosin, Alero, Fela, and myself. And every family should look at themselves with a mission statement. Our mission statement, accepting ourselves, knowing that the system is not designed for us. We no longer chase traditional notions of success, because that's how you run into being consumed by judgment. Instead, we choose significance in the rooms we do find ourselves in, like the one I'm in today.
So I'm sure we all want to thank the panelists for their really touching experiences that I'm sure we can all relate to. We're going to move on to the community and workspace. And I'm going to ask the panelists to give us quite short, brief answers so that we can get through as much as possible. So, Dr. B, what steps can people take to make their local neighborhoods or workplaces more welcoming?
All right. Let me try and answer the question by redefining in my own way, using some of the case studies that happened between last year to this year. I know that I've had this discussion with Sholakwe quite a number of times. I have 3 teenagers, and what I tell them is that at some point in your lives, you would have to be discerning to defining. Now, this is where I'm going. The social media, in my class today, a Proco doctor came in as a guest, and one of the things he told my students is the fact that you can't actually force the platforms, the digital platforms, to tell your story. They're there to make profits. It is your duty to tell your story your way. and for other people to then take it. So as a media person, when we look at agenda and the way people set agenda, I'm going to set agenda with the way I want you to see me or I want you to see a thing. So if you do not like that way, it is now your duty as Tommy to tell me how you want me to describe you. So last year, we had a cleric whom in his very own philanthropic nature wanted to help some people who are people living with special needs under his care. And he made the call. I want somebody to be able to marry this person. I want somebody to be able to marry this person. On the platonic way, it makes sense. But then, unfortunately, life with autism or any form of special needs isn't transactional. Immediately you attach a transaction to it, then there's a problem of that genuineness. And somehow, a child on the spectrum can discern if you really do not like him or not. So immediately there is a transaction to it. If you come and take care of this child for me, or this lady, I'm going to give you something, there's a problem. But what I saw were people saying, you shouldn't have done that, you shouldn't have done that. But nobody really came to tell the story of what he should do. So now this is where acceptance comes in. It is our duty to define how we want the story to be shown or to be told. So I expected that people would come, interact with a cleric, and say, oh, thank you so much. We like what you want to do. But guess what? This is actually how best to be able to engage them. Or we can do advocacy, we can do that. Don't forget that no matter what we do, that man is an influencer. So it can be made to tell that story of change the way we want it. That's public acceptance. Now, this year, we had a very popular influencer who had a skit with her daughter. And she was making her daughter to act as somebody that was deaf and dumb. And there was a lot of outcry. Why would she do that? She's a brand influencer. That was what she knew how to do best. But then I was hoping that we would also see people that would talk to her to say, guess what? This one, you goofed. But instead of apologizing, maybe we should do a skit where you actually teach your daughter, that same very energetic girl, to say, oh, this is what you do to be inclusive in the class. This is what you should do. That is telling our story our own way. So going forward, and I really hope it starts from here, is that acceptance means that we have to tell our stories. And so inside this room, we need to have storytellers. Storytellers that would go on to social media to create that story of change based on evidence, based on facts, and based on that genuineness. Until then, acceptance will be more or less like awareness. They know about it. But accepting it has to be based on perspectives. And perspective is a matter of mindset fueled by the narrative that is out there. So I ask, Toby, taking it back to you, what narrative do we really have out there when it comes to autism? In real terms, what narrative is out there when it comes to autism? I think the time is here today for us to begin to churn a new story. That story of resilience, that story of grit, that story that impossibility is nothing when it comes to autism. Thank you
so much. So let's put that into action ourselves. Most of us here work within an organization. Write something down in your book now that you're going to take to senior leadership, or if you're leadership yourself, about what you should do to be more accepting of people with autism, special needs within our community. Write down one thing you're going to tell your boss, you're going to tell your colleagues. This is one thing we should start doing. Write it down now. While you're writing, let's move on. Sholape, how do you speak up when you see unfair treatment in a public space or meeting?
How do I speak up when I see unfair
treatment
in
to
public?
someone with autism or to a family member of someone who has autism?
So I think I would borrow from where you stopped, which is when you advocate and you talk about stuff, sometimes it's based on what they know, what they are privy to. Most times, if I find myself in spaces like that, I slow down the conversation. That's the first thing to do. I slow down the conversation because I want to hear where you're coming from. Maybe it's based on the ideology that you have in mind. And when you probably tell me, oh, for example, you say it's because this child cannot. I want to understand the cannot. Is it that the child does not have the capacity to do X, Y, and Z? Or is it because the environment has not been modified or adapted enough to accommodate that person? Is that why the exclusion is happening or the unfair treatment is happening? And many times when you ask the question, you're asking the question to understand, not to put the person in a judgment spot. Because when you ask questions, the stance of that person is already defensive of some sort. So you're asking the question to understand where it's coming from, but at the same time, you are giving a solution, a possible solution to the whatever it is that is happening. And again, I like to tell stories and I like to draw examples from my lived experiences. My son started secondary school last year. And one of the English teachers said that he couldn't do English literature. Again, because you see him, he has a diagnosis of autism, but he also has an expressive language disorder. It doesn't mean that he's not intelligent. It just means that he doesn't have the words to express those things, those ideas in his head. Now, that is accepting, and we could modify, not the ones that have their lofty standards and it's impossible for me to want to explain my child to the best of his ability. And so the first thing, of course, you see him, you talk to him, he's not talking right back at you, and you already just assume, what would he understand with English literature? Does he what English literature? So for someone that is struggling with comprehension in the first place, what would he understand with literature? And I said to her, right from time, we have identified a way to help PA understand composition, all those English jargons that, we learn in school. And what we do with him is when they read a story or he reads a story by himself, we tell him to draw his understanding. Because when you look at it, when you're thinking, you want to think of questions in English language, basically, you're looking at the who, what, where, and when. That's the sum of all the questions. Whether it's inference, whether it's whatever it is you want to bring out. Who did it? What did they do? When did they do it? Where did they do it? To extend it is when you now say, how did they do it? And what's the last one again? Why did they do it? But a child that has already passed 4 out of 6, that's already above average as far as I'm concerned. So again, it's not that he cannot do it. It's just that you haven't figured it out. So I remember right from when he was in primary school, when it wasn't beginning of primary school. It took a while for them to understand it. Again, it took a parent understanding a child to be able to prefer that solution to the teachers working with him, for them to understand that you have not tested him in this area. Tell him the story. I can tell you that as young as he was, 4, 5, he would read a nursery rhyme and I would tell him, what happened in the nursery rhyme? He would draw Jack on the bottom of the hill. Jack, how Jack climbed up the hill. Is that not what he's doing? Okay, great. Who was doing it? Jack, right? And then he will tell me how Jack fell down the hill and the bucket is beside. So he's told me the beginning, the middle, and the end of a story. Is that not comprehension? In a picture, he has been able to produce what he understands. Yes, and then I went in for the open day in school, and then the teacher said, but you know, with literature, it's poems. I said, is it a story? Is a poem a story? She says, yes. I said, so it's telling something, right? So ask him, what is the story about? What is the name of the person? The name of the person is this. He will draw the person. What did the person do? The person did this. Where did he do it? It was in a forest. And so he would draw a depiction of what he understands. And the woman was like, I said, try him for half this term and come back to me with your story. I kid you not, the main topics of what he's supposed to be learning is learning it, and is acing it, is an A student in that English literature that person initially assumed he cannot do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think from Shalapa we learned that instead of being offended that people aren't perceiving our child or our loved ones the way that we want them to, we help them to see them through our eyes, see the positives, see the way to understand how they're communicating, and to understand and see their cognitive abilities that maybe are hidden by our own biases. Okay, so Lola, please, can you tell us how can local groups talk about inclusion and turn that into real helpful results?
I think any grassroots movement should be looked upon with the lens of, is this an opportunity to remind people that autism is just a different way of being human? And as the baseline, the advocacy, the principle stays the same, the delivery may be different. So for me, grassroots can begin literally in the home. To my earlier point about sometimes you have to advocate within your own family before you even go outside. So we are unapologetic when there are family vacations. We bring our children, particularly my younger one, my daughter, with the more sensory challenges. In the previous generation, my parents had a lot of shame. So I see this as an opportunity to live my life out loud, which is its own form of advocacy within the family, the larger family structure. When you look out to the school, again, you have to remind people sometimes that this is just a different way of being human. A very recent example, my daughter recently started puberty, started her menstruation. She has minimal vocabulary. She's 13 years old. I had to go into the special education department and advocate for my child because she started getting menstrual cramps, and their solution was, quote, Lola, just leave her at home for a week. So I told them, reminded them I'm an attorney, and then I told them, think about what you're saying. You're saying for the rest of her life in school, I'm gonna keep her at home 1 week a month and disturb her schooling. We need a different solution. So that's an example of advocating in the school. So we set up a behavior plan. That's no longer an issue. In the healthcare space, knowing that her menstruation was gonna come, we took our whole village together, our medical village, our occupational therapist, we sat down and we step by step showed my daughter how to point to pain on her AAC device, how to point to her stomach, how to get ready for that day. That's in the healthcare space. Also, in my greater community, I did not keep quiet about these stories. Whether they be in social media mom groups, whether they be at church, whether they be just out in the community, we don't hide the way my parents hid. And that has brought about so many organic opportunities in the community. And then at my place of work now, the advocacy of me opening up as being a lifetime caregiver within my place of work, I've become a safe place for so many other colleagues, as well as I'm now in a unique position to advocate in a way at work that I wasn't able to do a couple of years ago.
Thank you so much for your comprehensive answer. Okay, we're going to move on to the home and family. Remy, can I start with you? As a father of 3 children who are on the spectrum, 2, sorry, I'm adding 1 in, 1 to come maybe. What is one rule or habit that families can start together to listen better to each other?
All right, so I'm just going to assume a bit of mathematics here. For any group, for any number of behaviors, there's usually a median or a mode, some average that's recognized as, okay, this is the ceiling, or this is the level at which things are. So when it comes to things like, well, like I said, my youngest likes to hit. He likes to hit. When he does that, his mom lets him hit until he spent his energy. I'm a dude. So when he hits me, I hit him back. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I can keep going. Don't worry, let's go. And well, essentially, what I do in the house is I let the boys know that violence is not accepted. So no matter where I'm in the house, the minute I hear, well, anyone who has kids, you know when violence has just happened. It doesn't matter where there's a change in the energy in the house. Okay. So I just get up and I show up, and I'm like, who did what? You know, God bless me with a baritone voice, so somehow that just helps to reinforce with the, and then they comport themselves. The thing is, it's what we accept, it's what we reject, it's what we address. This is what culture actually is. If you don't address it, for them, they just think, okay, fine, it's like drinking water. But for me, I'm thinking far ahead in terms of how they're going to be socializing. When I'm not there with them, are they going to think it's okay to do this? Let them know it's not okay at home. And it's been all right so far. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. V, how do we handle family members who hold views that block acceptance of others?
When it comes to family members, we're in Nigeria, so I'm going to look at family as the nuclear family and the extended family. In Nigeria, somehow, at least for quite a number of people, the extended family has an impact right from when the woman is pregnant. I know people, in the healthcare sector, sometimes when you see a woman, she's in your hospital simply because her mom or the mother-in-law says that is the hospital to use. That is right from pregnancy till delivery, and it continues like that. Even the university that a child is going to go, some family, have impacts on the decision. But then that is not the only family. We also have some adopted family whose influence also has a lot to do in the intervention of a child on the spectrum. And a major part of the adopted family when it comes to a place like Nigeria is the religious family. Now, when it comes to the religious family, you would see that some people, if you checked somebody's call log, some people would have called their cleric maybe 6 times before calling their spouse. So it means that when it comes to acceptance or even decision to decide on anything, it is whatever that cleric says. I keep saying it from a consumer behavior point of view, that we need to work more in the area of framing when it comes to discussion. We need to come from a position of, a lot of times people respond to, oh, you said something against children living with special needs, to taking that position of proactiveness. You are there, right there, creating the story, telling them how the story would go. So some of the people, therapists that I have taught, one of the things I told them is that in your religious family, be the one to say, so we want to have the child week, or we want to have the mother's week. Come forward to say, oh, we're deciding on what you want to do. I also want to say something about the children living with autism, such that that Sunday school teacher, that madrasa teacher, Arabic lesson teacher, even without knowing, you are changing their views on the way they should see autism. You are telling them to know that, oh, this is just different and these are the ways you can teach them. It becomes, my point is that we are only able to prove acceptance when it becomes an everyday conversation. When it is a conversation that happens once in a quarter, when it's a conversation that happens once in 6 months, it cannot generate acceptance. Look back and see how we've been able to have a discussion around rape, around domestic violence, or people that are using young ones as mates. It's because everybody keeps talking about it. So we need to then make it an everyday conversation. So in our family, let it be that if everybody can have a simple sticker, that sticker says, here, no one is left behind. Here, everyone matters. It looks like a simple thing, but then that child sees it every day, and before you know it, it just becomes like a deal. Do you understand? So what I teach my children is that, because I've worked a lot with, they see me, for every time I teach people, I put it on my status. And I know somebody in this place today that she actually signed up for the therapy class because she used to see it on my status. She's a teacher, she's a school counselor. But when she was talking at Patrick, she said, I used to see a lot about counseling and all of this on Dr. Balogun's status, and I decided to enroll. So let it be that your everyday life, which is driven by your everyday WhatsApp conversation. Now, let me end it here. Unfortunately, in the religious family, did you know that it's possible for you to see an educator, somebody that is an educator, and you would assume that that person is a pastor or imam? The only thing that they put on their WhatsApp status every day are religious verses, nothing else. So I don't know whether you are an educator, I don't know whether you are a counselor, so even if I need help, I can't come and meet you. So there was a time somebody called me and said, oh, you sent somebody an EduTech link. I'm also a teacher, you didn't send it to me. I said, oh, I didn't know. I thought you were a pastor, that the only thing you do is just to put that out. So if somebody had asked me, oh, we want to do a naming ceremony and I need a cleric, I would have called you. So what I'm saying is that we need to change our story as an everyday conversation. When people see it, families will read it, your cousins will read it, your children will read it, everybody will read it, and they begin to change their mindset, a status update at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we could go on, but we're running out of time. So for our closing question, what is one final piece of advice you want the audience to try tomorrow? We're talking about actions that we want the audience to try tomorrow. I'm going to go across the panel. Maybe I'll start with you, Lola.
One thing to do tomorrow is whoever you come into contact with, remind them that incremental progress is still progress. When it comes to whether it be your child, sibling, whoever is autistic in your home, and remind that person, because it takes repetition before some people understand.
And Remy?
surprisingly, there's a lot of personal stories I've come across on YouTube in terms of the adult autism experience, and the challenge is that it's not our culture. It's not our culture. In our culture, when my dad died last year, and I'm the firstborn, the culture exposed how many things he had been covering for me. You know, so I think that when we are just, it's not enough to just be thinking about the kids now as kids. They're going to grow older. Okay, maybe they're going to have families. I wasn't likely to get married, but I did. You know, so let's not reduce everything to, oh, they're just children, oh, they're just small. The responsible thing, in my opinion, is to look much further ahead. It's not difficult. Just ask questions. What can you do to establish or set something up? You know, so regardless of where, obviously kids are going to get better, but just like a safety net, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I think I'm going to end by saying, remember the who wants to be a millionaire. So I say, who wants to be a millionaire here? Who wants to be a billionaire? So the story of acceptance is one that must be told. And then the question isn't whether should we tell it or not. It's something that we have to do. The question is, are you ready to be part of the story? Now, if you're ready to be part of the story, the time is now. And our time starts now. Thank you.
I think for me, I'm just going to, piggyback on what Lola said and what you said, Noimach, which is, I think Lola said, the repetition of your actions, what you're doing. You keep doing it. You also said the story starts now. So if you are doing what you want to see, people will see it. And you keep doing it over and over and over again. It causes a culture shift. And when that shift happens, that's what changes the norm that we think we have now. And it becomes conversations that then now end up building policies that guide us as a society.
So I think from our panelists today, we've learned a lot. From Lola, we learned about advocating in every area possible. Going to the school, going to the doctor, going to within the home, within the wider family. Make yourself the primary advocate. From Remy, we learned a little bit about acceptance, but also that boundaries and behavior starts at home. The expectations that we set at home are what are going to pay off for our children in the future, but also planning for their future as they become adults. With Dr. Balogun, we heard about acceptance, what acceptance means, and how we change that in the workplace. We need to provide solutions and not just expect that our seniors, our supervisors will know the answers. From Sholape, she talked to us about changing people's perspectives. Sometimes people are quick to judge because they haven't been taught how to see those on the spectrum the way that we do. And so it's our responsibility to help people to see them the way we want them to be viewed. So I hope that we've all taken something from this panel today and something, an action that we can do today, tomorrow, and into the future. Thank you for listening.
One more time for our moderator, Tomi Agbola Odeleye, Sholape Azazi, Remi Olutimai, Dr. Noimot Balogun, and Lola Dada Oli. That was wonderful. Thank you. Again, very practical steps, insights on how we can put acceptance into action and take it from the home to the public square and make our environments conducive for those who are beautifully different. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. Okay, so with this community, there's clearly a lot of collaboration that is happening and has happened over the years. So I was just told that Remy did the voiceover for Shalakwe's documentary. Yes, let's celebrate that. And these things are important. These things are very important. Acceptance, inclusion, ensuring that people on the spectrum are visible, that they're not erased, that they can contribute to society, and that we respect and honor their contribution. I think that for this conference, if there's any take home, it's that we're expanding the work that everyone has to do. It's not just about the home, it's not just about the parents or the immediate caregivers, it's everyone in society that has to make it possible. So please celebrate yourself for making it possible, regardless of your role in society, because it's a job for everyone. Okay, so as I said earlier, you guys thought my threat was empty. It's not an empty thing. So very good. We'll break for lunch, but please don't leave. After we give you food, we'll lock the door so you sit down here and eat it. Yes. At Ajib Hall, we're going to have the session on practical tips on how to get children, school, and classroom ready. Here, we're going to have a session where we'll have Q&A. Okay, please, we always beg with Q&A, this is a full hall, not every question will be answered, but some people take it really personal. They'll see me and almost put their finger in my eye. You did not you did not take my question, please have mercy. We might not be able to take every question, but we'll try and touch on all the big issues, all right? So that question and answer session will be here. If you would rather be with the session on getting children school and classroom ready, that's the other hall. All right, so lunch starts now. Please remain on your seats. You will be giving your lunch packs on your seat. And I will personally be watching. I'm applying judgment to anybody who I see leaving. God bless you. Thank you so much. If you've enjoyed today so far, please put your hands together. Our moderators, we can take our leave. We'll be back. We'll be back at exactly 2 p.m. So we have about 48 minutes. We'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you.
So what is self-injurious? What does that mean? So some children, they hit their heads to the wall, and that could hurt that child. That is a form of steaming, but is it great or is it beneficial to the individual? No, it's not. So it's something you would want to work on to ensure that individual is safe.
The word is AAC. It's an augmentative communication device. It's a device is similar to an iPad. What that does is that it helps the child who are mostly nonverbal or who have some verbals, and it helps them communicate. So this device is an alternative for children who are not verbal or children who have some verbal words but don't have enough to express themselves.
Specialist interest. So a lot of autistic people have a range of specialist interests. This can include things such as train, cars, buses, arts, painting, you name it. Anything that you are interested in, you will find an autistic person that also shares that interest. The unique and special thing about people with autism is that they can solely focus on just that one thing for a sustained period of time, which really allows them to be able to develop that skill, to become experts in those things and to be able to thrive. So often we try to stop children from engaging in their specialist interests because we think they're stimming or they're doing something inappropriate. They're just exploring their world. Let them be.
Only a mother knows how miracles happen, how the spark of an idea becomes a heartbeat, how a universe is formed in the quiet of her womb. Only a mother knows how to house a galaxy in her body, how to speak its light into existence and weave the thread of life in her gentle hands. A mother knows how to protect her child, how to swoop down and snatch it from the mouth of any danger. This is what they say. The mother knows best, guided by a spiritual intuition, an umbilical connection to her child. She anticipates every need before it arises. But no one prepares you for this. A body that betrays itself, a muddy gene pool, nerves that jam like a trigger. There is no manual for a lifetime of standing in the gap, of stretching hope to its very limit, of crying out to God, to doctors, hoping madly for anything that can bend time. Fold me back inside my own body to find that errant string of DNA and pluck it at its roots. I want so desperately to gather the mangled cells into my hands, hold them still and beg them to give me back my child, weave them into a chord, a melody, a voice that can call me by name, say, I see you, say, I love you, say, Mama. but only the silence answers back. A shadow of a word. Eyes that will not latch on. Fear presses into my belly with open palms, forms a fist that knocks the air out. Strangers' whispers crowd the room, judgment falling from their faces. For the mother of this child, whose body folds forward like a question. They cannot understand this desperate wailing with no language. But I still remember how it felt to house a universe in my belly. The quiet victory of your becoming. So for this child, I reach through membrane and blood memory. Sit with you. Match my body to your rhythm. Vibrate back a love song. Even when your body is a wall I cannot get over, I will still love my way through to you. And I will wait for that one look, one step, one word, the power of one touch. I will offer up my back again and again for my rainbow child who dreams in color, who moves to a divine rhythm even when I cannot hear it, who knew that I could mine joy from this sorrow. Use your laughter as a balm, a kind of healing, so that when they ask about you, I will offer up my voice when yours fails. Snatch you out of the mouth of any danger. Guard your ears from the voices that follow. Tell them you are otherworldly. You are magic and moon dust. You are a testament to a love that persists in spite of itself. This gift. This child who is still a miracle. This child who is still mine.
Autism is not a tragedy, ignorance is. My name is Eferele, and today we are at the Johnson Jakande Tinubu Park, Ikeja, Lagos, to talk about autism, a condition that affects how people interact and communicate with the world around them. Let's go talk to people. Can you please educate me a little bit what you know about autism?
Ooh, educate. Okay, I think I know autism to be a medical condition.
So it's a condition that affects the behavior and social skills of a child.
I've heard about it closely because I'm a sibling to someone that has autism.
It's a great way for us to understand that it's not enough to say people are just people.
If you're to hire someone who is on the spectrum, would you hire that person, and what would you do to make the working environment more conducive for such a person?
Okay, yes, definitely I would hire such person.
The first thing is to understand what they are dealing with. If you meet one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. It's not all uniform.
People with autism work very good with routine. So I can't just bring something up like, oh, we're having this. I have to prep them first.
They might have a corner of the office that is not so bright, so that person, maybe the corner where that person is actually gets to stay might not be so bright, so that person might tolerate, that environment better.
Do you think that the society that we live in is inclusive enough for people living with autism?
No, I don't think so.
When you meet people that has disorders, I feel that you need to accommodate them, understand them. Don't push them away.
You can see people and you can understand that they are going through something. So just come with emotion. I think we can just continue to do more with advocacy and all.
Can you please complete this sentence for me? Autism
is finding different ways of expression.
Autism is a way of understanding people around you.
A beautiful reminder of what it means to be human.
Thank you so much for coming on this important journey with us. Today we learned, we listened, and we opened up conversations that matter. Autism is not a one-size-fits-all experience. And to understand that, we need to ask questions and be open to answers. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep filling the world with empathy. Thank you so much. My name is Efe Irele. Bye.
These are the moments when we recount the years to ask, whose dreams did we hold close enough to hear, even as a whisper? In 30 years we said, you can hold our promise as bond. We built our foundation on these pillars: education, environment, community, art. We adopted schools to call our own, put books back in the rightful hands of children, rebuilt libraries for them to love. We said you read, said you imagine, the whole world is waiting. We captured the stars in the eyes of athletes, their feet afford rhythm on greener grass, bodies glistening like black gold in the sun. We made what was forgotten new again. We turned waste to play, waste to style, and remembered that discarded does not mean destroyed. We wrapped the heart of a child in orange ribbon and said, this too is a gift. On Massey Street, we covered babies with our care and breathed new life into the walls. On streets across the world, we said, there is no room for hunger here. This is how small changes transform the world. Call the artists, our voice, our conscience, the keepers of culture, creators who tell our stories with food and fashion. Turn whatever their hands can touch into something more. Indigenous as global, global as homegrown. Put the women behind the lens. Pull the dusty manuscripts from their shelves. Pull the art into hollowed halls to sit beside the greats. Pin our image to canvas and render us immortal. Remind us who we were and how many times we said, yes, there's hope for you here, where we bank on people, where we count on unseen potential. We dare to build from the very idea that dreaming is a fundamental human right. So dream bigger. Dream for a community of people who know that wealth is built by our own hands. Ask us now at 30. Ask us again in 30 more. Was this the founder's dream? Are these the promises made to enrich, transform, restore? Is this what was built with just passion and people? We will answer without flinching. We followed the orange rule and found the beating heart of a people. And we would do it all over again.
Hello, Auntie Blessing. I beg let me send
Your call credit has been exhausted.
Where this girl, sir? Carol? Carol? Go to Auntie Blessing. Tell her to give you sense leave. Uziza, Huda, Heuru. Fresh ones though.
Uda, Uru, Uzu, Uziza, Uda.
Give me palm oil there.
Palm oil, crayfish. Utazi, sense leaf, crayfish, ice cream.
Where is this girl now? Where's Carol?
Madam, why don't you just use quick airtime loan from GT Bank? Dial *737 *90 hash. Oh, it's instant.
Really? Thank you. Who's this? Uda, fresh ones though. Okay, madam, no problem. No problem.
Auntie, madam said I should collect pepper, onion, palm oil, ice cream, pepper.
When you can say it clearly, why pass it around? Don't get stranded. Get instant airtime with GT Bank Quick Airtime and Data Loan. Terms and conditions apply.
Quick credit.
Non-verbal. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean that they can't understand language. It doesn't mean that they don't use language. But what they might not be great at doing is using words to speak out loud. So a non-verbal child might be able to understand a lot of what you say. They might communicate messages to you through action, through behavior, through eye contact, through body language, that's a child who is still communicating with you, but just not verbally. And when a child is like that, it doesn't mean that that's the only way they will ever communicate with you, but we have to find ways to support them to communicate as best as they can before they have the words and the language to speak.
Sensory processing. How we use our senses to engage our environment. Sensory processing determines how we are going to identify, communicate, and engage those in our immediate environment. A lot of times we focus on just the 5 senses, which is hearing, seeing, smell, taste, and touch, tactile. However, we also have internal senses known as the interoceptive senses, which one must use to be able to fully and effectively communicate with the environment. Once these are impacted, then it poses a challenge with communication.
Meltdown. Meltdown is an over-processing, an over-stimulation for an individual. It is not a bad behavior, it is them really reacting to their environment. And we need to be able to give them strategies that are flexible, that work for them, and that are kind and mindful.
I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
Hello, my name is Divine Adua, and today we are on the streets of Lagos to find out how much people really know about pension. Now, are people really planning for the future, or is retirement the last thing on their minds? Let's find out. When you hear the word pension, what comes to your mind?
What comes to my mind is retirement savings.
Basically, a retirement plan.
Retirement.
Pension is all about retirement. Like when you want to leave the system of working and like start living on what you have invested on.
Money for my future.
Pension is a retirement benefit. Your retirement, your place of rest, let me put it that way.
Have you heard of personal pension plan?
I think so.
I do. I have heard of it, but I don't use it.
Yes, I have. Personal pension plan, no. I'm just hearing it for the first time.
At what age do you need to start planning for retirement?
I think from 40.
It don't depend on any age. When you start working, immediately start working, start planning your pension.
How much money do you think you need to have before retiring?
Depending on the economic situation at that time, but I would say at least over 20 million. I would say it's for this live comfortably for the rest of my life.
I need a lot of money, like $1 billion.
$1 billion?
Yes. Maybe if you can able to save like 1 million, say no to start up business. No, I'm just talking. It depends how long you stay for the work.
So for me, I don't think a particular amount is needed for retirement because when you retire, you don't have to work. So you have a lot of expenses, a lot of money to make use of. So I don't think there is or there should be a particular amount that is needed for retirement.
Do you have a retirement plan?
Basically for now, no.
None for now, seriously. My retirement plans are for my pension and for my investment.
For now, my retirement plan is just probably when I'm done with working, probably I go back to my own business because I have little business which I'm doing. So I'll go back to that.
If you don't know how to start, a good first step is giving your pension some attention. And that can begin with Guaranty Trust Pension Managers. Let's figure it out together.
So what is self-injurious? What does that mean? So some children, they hit their heads to the wall, and that could hurt that child. That is a form of stemming, but is it great or is it beneficial to the individual? No, it's not. So it's something you would want to work on to ensure that individual is safe.
The word is AAC. It's an augmentative communication device. It's a device is similar to an iPad. What that does is that it helps the child who are mostly nonverbal or who have some verbals, and it helps them communicate. So this device is an alternative for children who are not verbal or children who have some verbal words but don't have enough to express themselves.
Specialist interests. So a lot of autistic people have a range of specialist interests. This can include things such as train, cars, buses, arts, painting, you name it. Anything that you are interested in, you will find an autistic person that also shares that interest. The unique and special thing about people with autism is that they can solely focus on just that one thing for a sustained period of time, which really allows them to be able to develop that skill, to become experts in those things and to be able to thrive. So often we try to stop children from engaging in their specialist interests because we think they're stimming or they're doing something inappropriate. They're just exploring their world. Let them be.
All right. I might have a prize for the best dancer. I might just have a prize for the best dancer. All right, everybody, let's go. I'm watching. DJ. I might just have a prize for the best dancer.
S cool on the beat.
Okay. Okay, I see two people in contention for my prize in front. If you're still sitting down, what are you doing? Everybody, let's go. 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds. Yes. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing, amazing. You may have your seats. Wonderful. So, the thing is, I'm just going to follow Dr. Afiz's example. You know, earlier he asked why no one fainted when his name was called. You guys remember, Abi? So he was still asking me, Seun, you mean no one fainted? I said, yes, now. When you didn't offer cash, if you had offered some dollars, maybe I would have been the one to faint. But I'm glad we've had a wonderful time so far. So the session here will be a Q&A session. So I want to believe if you're still in the room, that's what you're interested in. If you would rather have practical tips on how to get children, school, and classroom ready, then you would have to move to Ajib Hall. All right, at Ajib Hall, the conversation will be moderated by Whitney, Hamel, Annie. We'll have Dr. Zifi, Cynthia, Adana, Ibonini, and Zusi, all in Ajib Hall. But here, we're going to have the conversation moderated by Larry Duile. Now, I think this is GTCO responding to some of the feedback from conferences before, where a lot of people have said that they really want their questions answered. And so this is a 2-hour session. Can we just celebrate that? So 2 hours. In fact, I don't know what kind of question you will have in life that you will not be able to answer in these 2 hours. All right, so I'm just going to bring up our moderator and his panelists. And this session is moderated by Larry Duile. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Larry Duile? Can we celebrate him? President and CEO of Behavior Price Consulting. From Toronto, Canada, over 2 decades of experience in business development. Operates residential and day program facilities for people living with developmental disabilities in Ontario. You're very welcome, sir. On this panel, we also have Afiz, who is owing me dollars. Let's put our hands together for Afiz Abdurazak. You know him, autism scholar, educator. Today we found out he's a spoken word artist. Over 15 years of experience in early childhood and special education. Specializes in autism, inclusive education, family-centered practice. Welcome. We also have Osama joining this panel. Can we put our hands together for Benedict? He's a consultant clinical psychologist, a qualified of experience supporting individuals with autism, ADHD, learning disorders, intellectual disabilities, co-occurring mental health conditions. Basically, if you're Delulu, see Benedict Osama. Only one person got that. He is the clinical director at City Care Psychological Clinic and is currently pursuing a PhD in clinical psychology with extensive clinical experience within and outside Nigeria. Can we just celebrate Benedict Osama one more time? Also on this panel is Lola Dada Oli. Can we welcome our attorney? Is Lola in the room? Oh, fantastic. Okay. And Lola, as we've said, is an attorney, disability inclusion advocate, TEDx speaker, executive director at JP Morgan Chase. I wonder how she's able to juggle all these balls. She leads the Americans with Disabilities Act legal team at JP Morgan Chase, but is drawing on over 3 decades of experience as a caregiver as well. Can we just celebrate Lola? She's been on the stage like 3 or 4 times already at this conference. And last but certainly not least, to join this panel is Tonye Falugi Ekeze. Can we put our hands together for Tonye? And Tonye is a Down syndrome diagnosis and recovery from life-threatening heart complications. She created Ugo and Sim Sim. How many people have watched Ugo and Sim Sim? Everybody here needs to have watched Ugo and Sim Sim. We need to plug you in. All right, the world's first picture book series featuring a black main character with Down syndrome, and later founded the Simone's Oasis Foundation. She's a former TV and film producer. She's done a lot of work, Big Brother, Naija Sings, all of that good stuff. She has spoken at the United Nations, the World Bank, but today she's speaking at GT Bank Autism Conference. Can we put our hands together for Tonye? Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Are we missing somebody?
Forgive me. Yes, I certainly missed one. Forgive me. All right, so we're going to take questions from you, but if you'd rather write it, feel free to write the questions and hand over to the ushers. We're going to have 2 ushers that would be on the extreme aisles, but then they'll just go around and take the questions. Please, Mr. Ade Otunbajo, I owe you for this. Please forgive me. Ladies and gentlemen, can we make some noise for our last and final panelist, Ade Otunbajo, New York-based speech pathologist with over 20 years of experience providing assessment and therapy services across the lifespan, a graduate of New York University with a master's degree in speech, language, and hearing. He has worked extensively with the New York City Department of Education and Early Intervention Program, supporting children with autism and other developmental needs. Ade also supervises clinical fellows. He works with adults recovering from stroke and other neurological conditions, and he's clinically certified by the American Speech Language Hearing Association. I will take a leaf from what Camille said earlier. I called you I forgot because I love you the most. All right. Thank you for accepting my apology. Over to you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us here. On this stage, we have, I think, over 100 years experience. There's 20, there's 15, there's 30, there's what, 20, over 10, 15, 20. Can you imagine? Over 100 years experience. And here we have professional experiences, and we have experiences. So it's not just 9 to 5. It is people who actually have personal experiences. So we're taking questions, no stupid questions, anything that is bothering you that you want to know about, and we're from different disciplines, we're ready to take them. So the ushers are going to be to the sides. Ask any question that you have from all the topics and presentations that you've heard since yesterday up until now.
Okay, we're expecting our ushers to join us, so in the meantime, I'm holding the mic. All right.
So you can ask. Oh, okay. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. So the question I have, and this dawned on me yesterday. We've been talking about acceptance, and acceptance comes when, the child is born, right? And you meet it. Although, yes, at first there might be denial and all of that. But my question now is, I've kind of realized that autism seems to be it's prevalent. I remember Dr. Kilo saying that about 600,000 in Nigeria, but that might be underrepresented, meaning it could be more. And what that tells me is that autism is probably, it's right here in our community. So what I'm thinking is, could acceptance also mean that if you've not had a child yet, the possibility that one of the children that I have might be autistic, even though you don't know whether there is a trait or all of this, because, it comes unannounced. And this doesn't mean that maybe we lack faith, you understand? Because I believe every speaker here, they are all people of faith, right? So, but it showed up. So what I'm thinking is, can you have that, is that like a mode of acceptance that, oh, maybe there's a possibility that an autistic child might come. So in that vein, maybe you're kind of prepared for it, rather than be in denial, come out of it, and then the acceptance. If you understand my question.
Yes, thanks. Go ahead, Afiz.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So thank you very much. First of all, I think we oftentimes misunderstand the concept of denial. And I'm going to try to explain that in simple terms. When it comes to disability, we have congenital disability, that sometimes they are called congenital abnormalities. They are disabilities that at the point of delivery of a child, you see them immediately. Cleft palate, Down syndrome, a few of them. There are some that you would not see them in the case of autism. So you would not see it at the point of birth. In fact, in some situations, when doctors are trying to beat the child or eat the child, it's not easy to identify at that particular period in time. Now, it's normal for parents to be at denial at some point because something is not showing itself yet. So that is number one. Number two is that the government and the people in Nigeria, that is why I try to explain the biopsychosocial model. You see, we need to personalize disability. That is the easiest way as a Nigerian. So I tell people, everybody has a disability. The only distinction is the level of severity. As I'm talking to you, I cannot see you there. I don't know what you look like, except I wear my glasses. That is a disability. Somebody might not be able to climb this. That's a disability. So what I want to talk to you about today is the fact that, first, we need to redefine the concept of denial, number one. Number two, understand the variations in the different levels of disability to know that some people would not be aware, and that is why it's fine for them to be in denial. Then the third point is what we can do is the moment we tend to personalize disability, the conversation will not be left with other people. If everyone should embrace that, the people who don't think the message will get to, effortlessly is going to get to them.
Thank you.
Now, okay.
Sure. All right, great. Do we have any other questions? Do you feel like your question was answered? Good, good. Moderate.
Good
I see hands up. Okay, go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for the program. So, I have a question. How will you improve a non-verbal autistic adult, like help him improve himself more to do things by himself, because he's always dependent on people, to help him do the basic things himself, because sometimes he gets so tired when you're taking care of them, and it has been going on for years. So how do you help them to help themselves?
Thank you.
He's not aware of his environment at all. He's just lost in another, I don't know. So just need help.
Thanks for your question. Okay, so two things. Somebody who is nonverbal and somebody who is non-vocal, there's a distinction between the two. So non-vocal is somebody who does not speak orally like that, but they can still communicate. So we won't say they are non-verbal. They are verbal because they're able to communicate, maybe pointing or using the devices that Tommy talked about yesterday, or maybe they're able to do sign language like our friend is doing. That is still being verbal, all right? But how do you teach somebody who is non-vocal to communicate? Let Ade take care of that. It's our speech and language path.
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, how old is the person? 22, okay. Has that person ever gotten speech therapy? No? Yes?
No.
So,
When he was much more younger, but not anymore. When
Sorry?
he was much more younger, but not anymore.
okay, thank you. So right now he's not getting any services.
Yes, sir.
So now what we have to do, we have to build on whatever that person has, the strength that he has now. So we have to start teaching him from the basic, like he doesn't know how to communicate with words. So, and then we also have to pair it with gestures, pointing, so that we can find a means by which he can communicate to us. Because like Mr. Larry was saying, not just being verbal doesn't mean he's not communicating. He's looking at you, he's communicating. Just like you're looking at me, talking to you, you're communicating, you're paying attention. So we have to look at his strength to look for what are the strengths he has in communicating. Is it through pointing, or is it through you just modeling using picture exchange? Whatever he wants at home, let's say he wants juice, you have a picture or you have a real object of juice, and you have him touch the juice that this is what I want, or you give him two choices. You give him a choice of a juice and Coca-Cola and say, which of these items do you want? Whichever one he touches, then you give it to him. That's what he wants. So we have to now teach him the means to have him to communicate. So it could be through gestures, pointing, or touching what he wants, or using picture exchange. So around the house, you can take pictures of whatever things he uses on a daily basis. Like he goes to the bathroom, you have a picture of a bathroom. So if he wants to go to the bathroom, he can give you the picture of the bathroom, or you can touch the bathroom door, or you can touch a picture of the bathroom. Because with PECs also, we have to teach them how to use it. We can't just, hand it to them and say, hey, go tell me how to use the PEC. So right now we have to now look for ways he's going to communicate and look at his strength, what he has, and build on that to use it to have him communicate with us.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Are you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Next question.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Insight and knowledge at this conference. An honor to be here. I am an autism mom. My son is. And say that I've seen, changes with when I changed his diet, so removing all sugar and processed foods, and also have done therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, and applied behavioral analysis therapy. But I feel like he has plateaued. So when you're paying for therapies and you're not seeing progress anymore, he only has functional speech. I want to pee, I want to go out. So when he wants something, at least I celebrate that he's able to communicate his needs. But that is where that ends. People are talking about stem cells. I don't know anybody that has successfully done that. But I think my main question is, when you feel like your child has plateaued or you're not seeing much progress anymore, and you're even thinking about go to India to do stem cells, or is that even necessary? What is it to change the therapists? I don't know if anybody has experienced that, but for the past 1 year now, it's just the same. So sorry, it's a bit of a broad question, but
thank you.
Thank you.
Can you take the mic and hand it over to Dr. Kilo? Thank you.
Hello. So I make sure everyone can see me while I answer the question, okay? And forgive me for backing you. To answer your question, all right? Now, when we see plateau, it can happen, okay? What you want to look for is make sure that you're looking at the goals that were set. If your child has met the goals in speech, they've met the goals in occupational therapy, they've met the goals in ABA, you can't have progress because they've met the goals. So the goals need to change. So you need to go back to the drawing board and make sure you review the goals and set new goals. They have to assess to see what the child's emerging skills are in all domains, and so that they could set new goals. in regards to stem cell therapy. Now, stem cell is typically used for conditions that have a pinpoint genetic disorder. It is specific, okay? So let me give you an example. Let's say on this street out here, we know that there is a traffic jam on this street that is blocking everyone to go through. What stem cell therapy does is it goes directly to that traffic jam because they know that the issue is on this street. It goes there, it clears it out. Autism spectrum disorder, up to date. That is a cause of the symptoms. Evidence that stem cell therapy is any type of the word treatment or cure for autism spectrum disorder. I hope that answered your question.
Sorry, Mary, I want to add, and I'm just so happy Dr. Kilo said what she said. So I just want to give also, just from the perspective of a parent who has gone through this as well. And I was told by the center that basically my daughter had reached her fullest potential, right? They said she has plateaued.
Yeah, sorry, before you go into that, I was going to ask about the stem cell
I'm going
response.
to comment. Yes, I'm going to comment on that as well, because it's part of it. Like I said, I took my daughter straight from that place and we didn't go back. Why? Because a child's learning does not plateau. Does your learning as a human being plateau? Exactly. We're learning to the day we die. So the thing is that their techniques had plateaued. They didn't shift the goals for her. So I think that's something that's very important to say. The other thing is that, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a cure for autism, for it to be gone? Is that what you want? Is that why you're looking at kind of stem cell and fecal transfer and all these things? So I think it's also important to ask yourself, why are you chasing these things? Is it for you or is it for the child? Are you willing to put them through something that is, in my opinion, quackish, because you're still struggling to deal with the fact that your child has that diagnosis? So there's some serious questions that we have to ask ourselves. People will sell you all kinds of supplements saying that it will bring speech, it will bring this. Yes, change the nutrition. Yes, get the supplements, but that's not going to cure the autism. Get those things if necessary, but you must do the work. There's nothing sexy about it. It's everyday work. And you cannot do it alone. You need your village to help you do it. All the work, whether it's the school, your family, your friends, your WhatsApp group, whatever it is. But it's really, really dangerous when we start thinking, oh, I'm going to do the stem cell. I'm going to do the fecal transfer because, it will remove the autism. I'm going to send my child to the pastor. It's going to remove the autism. Please, let's tell ourselves the truth here.
Thank you. All right. So I just want to stay with the stem cell question for a little bit, because a lot of people have, and a lot of people are trying to look for ways to make them that it is real, it works. I like Dr. Kilo's example about the traffic thing, right? People say that stem cell works. I have not seen one. Dr. Kilo has not seen. All the folks we have here, they've not seen anyone that used it successfully. None of the people here have seen any. So there are so many things out there that some people say works, but there's no evidence that it actually works. So it is okay to look for strategies and help and all of that, but look for the ones that are evidence-based, that you can say, John did it, and look at John, he's doing better. Autism, the way we know it right now, is lifelong. There is no cure, but there are ways to manage and make people have, their best potential. Okay, great. So the question about plateau, you had the beautiful answers there. If the school is saying plateau, it means that's the best they can offer. There are other places. We all continue to learn every day. All right, next question.
Okay, so, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, moderators. I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, so my name is Aishat, and my question goes to us. What is the distinct difference between a child who has autism, ADHD, or learning disabilities, for those that don't have the verbal symptoms to say, no, this child is autistic? So what is that distinct feature that will let you know? That is one. Second, can a child who is autistic also have ADHD or learning disabilities? Thank you.
Okay, good.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, let me just try to differentiate between these three. Number one, what is autism? Right? Autism is a neurodevelopmental condition that affects the way a child speaks, interact, and some behavioral symptoms, right? And then whereas for ADHD, it is called attention deficit hyperactivity / impulsivity disorder, which means the child has primarily difficulties with attention and behaviors in terms of hyperactivity and could be a bit impulsive. Hyperactivity or impulsivity. Now, learning disability means that the child has a specific way of learning, and that begins to affect his capacity to learn, right? Having done IQ tests, you see that the child has average or above average IQ. But despite this, the child is not learning. It's either the child is struggling with mathematics, which we call dyscalculia, right? Or the child is struggling with words and reading, which we call dyslexia. Or the child is struggling with writing, which we call dysgraphia, right? So these are elements or different types of specific learning disability. The child struggles to learn across all these phases. A child, now there's what we call comorbidity, which means co-occurrence, okay? A child can have autism and at the same time may still present with ADHD, so they can co-occur. And most of the time, autism doesn't come alone, right? It comes with what we normally would call baggages in a layman, but clinically we call it comorbid conditions. Right, it comes with a lot of, he's traveling to the UK, he has a lot of luggages at the back. He has learning disabilities, intellectual disabilities, ADHD. So it's possible for a child to have autism and at the same time have ADHD. When you go for the proper assessment, we will be able to differentiate between them. Usually, the clear-cut difference is that for autism, the child may also present with attention deficit. Yes, to be candid. However, how do we differentiate? It is when you come for assessment that we'll be able to differentiate the degree of severity of inattentiveness. Because for ADHD, you are referring to, in fact, we even have 3 subtypes or subsections. The inattentive subtype, the hyperactivity subtype. When a child then has both combined, you then say the child has combined type. So they are very different, but autism can come with all these baggages.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. You have questions? Okay. I'm going to read this question. I need to put on my glasses, right? What does that mean? Oh, okay. What do you tell, and Lola, this is you. What do you tell a mother and grandmother of a child on the spectrum that was doing well but relapsed and is in that relapse state for more than 10 years. The mother is always busy. The grandmother does not know what to do. They've lost all trust in the work of therapists around them. Dad left them. Mothers around me ask this question.
In the case of my brother, what I didn't note earlier is that he was talking full sentences at the age of 18 months old. From Chicago, you can imagine he liked fufu. He used to say, "I want fufu," all the time. And one day he stopped talking and we never heard his voice again. That's part of the reason why I'm so vigilant with my children in this generation now. So that's the background. What I would do if I had a magic wand and could go back in time and help my brother, I would leave no stone unturned, meaning I would focus on the fact that small incremental steps. So knowing that I did hear a voice, and depending on your area, I would see if I could change speech therapists. To the earlier point, if they're plateauing, it's not the child, it's the therapist. If I have that opportunity, if I was my mom, I would even consider moving to another region. I would literally do whatever it takes, especially if I heard the voice 10 years earlier. But if that ends up not happening, again, what I would do with my brother, because it does happen, there are cases of autism where they speak and they never speak again. I would focus on all forms of alternative communication I can. I would look at things like PECS. I would look at things like sign language. I would not be so focused on what I thought the original expectation of my child was supposed to be. If it got to that stage, let's say if it happened to one of my kids right now, I would learn to mourn the death of my previous expectations and seek alternative routes. Because it doesn't mean that success can't still be had, it just won't look like the way I originally thought it should look.
Thank you. Great. Tonya, what do you think? Same question.
I mean, I think it's a really tough one, and it's heartbreaking. You know, I think the first time I kind of heard that story was from Sholakwe when we first met some years back. And I just quizzed her because I really wanted to understand, because I was trying to understand my own daughter's journey. She didn't have the issue with speech. And just try to put myself in that space to really understand just how heartbreaking it is to see a child who is thriving, doing everything that you thought children were meant to do and be, and suddenly that is snatched away from you. So it's a kind of death, right? I always say you grieve for the child you thought you were having, but we fiercely love the ones we have. And because we fiercely love those children, we must leave no stone unturned. But we have to let go of that vision. So it's a journey as parents. We're constantly grieving. And it's something I tussle with all the time, but I'm learning to these specially gifted parents. It's a journey of grief. But on the flip side of that, it's also an immense journey of joy, because it teaches us to really appreciate, to take joy in the smallest thing, to have gratitude. And I really believe that we experience a kind of happiness that is unusual. I always say we're the unexpectedly blessed. But we have a duty as parents to kind of let go of ourselves, of the ego, and really say, okay, I've got to let go of this, what it is, what does my child do? As Ade says, what is the strength that they have? How can I use that strength to unlock facets of their potential, however small? And it's incremental, as you say. So it's really, really important. We have to kind of break this ego and pride of ourselves in order to truly help our children.
Thank you. Great. Let's take another audience question.
Good afternoon. My question is this. One of the panelists mentioned that his son, screamed, and he just looked at him and said, "Good job." Now, I have a family member, she's a girl, and she's very stubborn, which is part of the symptoms. And, strong will. Okay, I'm sorry. So we try to, just pamper, make anything she wants, eats a lot, that she's so overweight. But there was a time that, out of frustration, she was snapped at, and then she just adjusted and did what she ought to do. So my question is this, that even, general children, there are times that they would naturally want to be a child and, So is there a way for children on the spectrum to, maybe there's a balance or a way that can be created to not just indulge them too much and make them, I hope you get the question, but my second question is this. So I have another family member who has a speech disability and learning disability, and at some point he had to start taking medications, which improved his speech. But I noticed that he's always jittering, he's always shaking. I'm wondering, is there a side effect to medication? Because he has to take it forever.
Sorry, what's the medication?
I don't know the name.
Is it medication or supplements? Because I don't know any medication that takes away speech.
No, he didn't take away the speech, just to correct. He had a twisted tongue or something.
Okay. No, that's probably a surgery, right? To correct the tongue. There's no medication for speech. I've never heard about it.
Yeah. So, there is no medication that you take.
One house.
Guys, there's no medication that you take for speech. Maybe your family member, you said, takes the medication for something else. And she's now doing better, maybe, but there's no medication for speech. Now, in terms of the behaviors that you were talking about, the first question, I want you to always remember whatever behavior you see that somebody is displaying has a reason. The person is engaging in that behavior for a specific reason. And we can't tell you here that this is the reason why your family member is doing what they're doing. But you have to find maybe a therapist or use some of the strategies that we've talked about yesterday, today, to figure out the reason why your family member is doing what they're doing. Okay, so I don't have information about the specific thing that they're doing. You said something about just allowing her to eat, because if she doesn't eat, she's going to do certain things. But she's learned that if I do these things, they will let me eat. And so she continued to do it. So the family member you have today is the same person you trained, and you trained her to be that way based on the responses that you give when they engage in those behaviors. So if she's asking for food, you want to ask yourself, has she had enough or not? If she's had enough, then it's okay to say, you've had enough for now. You can have some more at dinner time, or some more later, or you can have snack later. It's okay to say no. And if you say no, then the person may engage in some challenging behaviors. But it's okay to have those challenging behaviors as well, because that tells you that the no you said is working. And if you maintain the no, then that individual will learn that when you say no, no actually means no. And then future interactions are going to get better. But you can't give in to those behaviors because you do not want them to engage in challenging behaviors. It only makes things worse.
Can I add to that from the parent
Sure,
perspective?
yes.
So we're currently dealing with this, and we are putting our Dr. Lanre hat on and looking at the data, because my daughter's now 13 and she's had sudden weight gain. And through looking at data and looking at the dates of the calendar, we realize she eats a lot more in the days leading up to her period, which I think a lot of women in the room could relate. But we didn't make that connection right away. So now that, knowing that, we are now telling her no in the days leading up to, and we are starting to get those behaviors. She's also as tall as me, and she's 13, so she can reach. We used to put the food at the top cabinet, but now she's almost as tall as me, so she just takes the stool. So we are now teaching her that when we now redirect her to other behaviors, going for a walk, maybe eating fruit instead of crackers, those type of small changes. And just remember what we've all been saying in some form before, it's a long process. Like, the changes will take time, but they're worth it. But there's a level of patience as a parent that you have to employ.
That's right.
Larry, if you let me extend that question a bit,
Yes.
right? So I think she's also concerned about discipline in the home, especially if we put it in the cultural context. So in Nigerian homes, discipline is a thing, and we're all, if we're brought up in Nigerian home, your parents, were terrorists, right? So now there are three kids. One is autistic, the other two are receiving terrorism, but then the one that is autistic is allowed to, just do whatever and all of that. So that's one context. And so what do you do in that sort of situation? And how do you also still put the guardrails? And again, we still need to situate it within our cultural situation. How do you still bring this child up in the way it should go so that when they are old, they will not depart?
Yeah.
Yes, so that's the cultural context.
Okay, cool.
All right, thank you so much. Because we are resident here, so we understand better. Mr. Larry may not understand so much. All right, so number one, he has, I guess even last year he talked about behavioral functions, right? That every behavior has a function. And we've been taught the acronym SEAT, S-E-A-T. We all know that: sensory-based, escape or avoidance, attention, or tangible, right? If you understand what the function of the behavior is, you can administer the specific intervention for it. Either the child is on the, in fact, my own son is not on the spectrum. I use SIT for him, right? I understand the function of his behavior, and then I apply the right consequence, either reward, reinforcement, or punishment where necessary. Now, for that one, there's what we call behavioral contract, right? Either the child is vocal or non. Can we sit down and then we talk about behavioral expectations in this house, right? I have a child X, Y, Z, and then we sat down, discussed the behavioral expectations, very, very clear, so that he won't feel that I'm imposing something on him. We sat down, we discussed together, and we discussed the appropriate consequence for each of the amazing behaviors, what you get to get. If you don't get this, you lose your token and all that. And then the fact is this, so that we don't appear to be indulging. If he misses this or he doesn't get this right, there's what we call token economy. So we put a token away from that. So he understands that if I don't go by my behavioral contract that I've signed with my dad, I'm going to lose X, Y, Z number of tokens. But if I do well and I behave appropriately based on my behavioral expectation, I'm adding token, and then once it gets about 5 tokens, there is a reward that's attached to it. So the behavioral contract, behavioral expectations will work for either the one on the spectrum and for every other one.
Yeah, I hope that clarifies it. But just a quick point. I'm actually 110% Nigerian, so I understand the culture completely. But what I was trying to explain is that when you're dealing with a child or an adult or a worker or a student, behavior is the same whether you are American or Canadian or Nigerian or Cameroonian or anywhere. Behavior is the same. the principles of behavior don't change. It's always the same. So if somebody does a thing, like I said before, they're doing it for a reason. And you need to find out what that reason is. That's what Dr. Sama is describing as the functions of behavior. But on a basic level, it's why is this behavior occurring? Once you know the why, then you can deal with it. Now, you can have 3 children, 2 of them not on the spectrum, 1 of them on the spectrum. The strategy you used for the 2 will most likely not work for this guy who is on the spectrum. So you have to re-strategize and figure out what you're going to do with this person on the spectrum who learns differently. Because if you keep doing the things you're doing with the typically developing ones, they just may not work and you get frustrated. So we go back to the basics. Behaviors have a reason. And you must understand what those reasons are for you to be able to make a difference. Okay. Next question.
Hello.
Yes.
My question is on the acceptance you've been talking about and at the same time denial. I have witnessed 2 situations whereby these 2 parents, they're from different family. They actually accepted that their child has autism, but these 2 children, they do experience seizure. And while they are experiencing this seizure, the parents will allow the child to remain at home. The recent one that this child experienced, he experienced it for about 5 hours. And he was still in the house. So I don't know, maybe that medical approach, I don't know, maybe that is what is expected to be given to such child, or is needed to be taken to the hospital. The other one, there was a time we took him to the hospital. He was jerking, and the doctor was about to administer treatment, but when the father came, he told the doctor to stop it, that he needs to be taken back home, that there is no cure for it. Now we are talking about acceptance. Are we really saying that the parents should continue to keep them at home, or they need to be enlightened on the right medical approach that needs to be given to the children, so that they won't lose them maybe when they are not expected to lose them?
So the children don't have autism, or they do?
They have.
And they have a seizure disorder?
Yes.
Okay. So your question is what exactly?
Allowing the children to remain at home while the seizure is still ongoing for 5 good hours.
So I've not seen seizures that are 5 hours long. Can you give Dr. Kilo the microphone?
So, unfortunately, we have to depend on what you are telling us.
Yeah.
Okay? So, from a medical standpoint, having a seizure for that extensive amount of time, there is a possibility of it, yes, but it doesn't go continuously. So it's not going to be on a continuum, okay? Now, so I'm just going by what you are telling me, that it's 5 hours. And to be honest with you, that is a situation that needs medical attention. It's a medical issue. It's not an autism issue. And so the parents need to seek medical advice for that child. And to be honest with you, healthcare is a fundamental human right.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Add to Afiz's comment about denial for a long time. Really quick, from a parent's perspective, denial is the enemy of progress. It really, really is the enemy of progress. My family story, my brother is 40 years old, still living with my parents because they were in denial for over 20 years. So please, if you have a situation where you are not sure, do the best you can to at least have a starter diagnosis to start moving in the right direction. Because these challenges don't go away, they mature. And they get bigger as the child gets bigger. So please, please, denial truly is the enemy of progress.
Thank you. Thanks. And so for the seizures, just generally speaking, when somebody has a seizure, there's no treatment. If they have a seizure and they fall to the ground, just guide their head so that they don't hit their heads on the ground. Guide them, let them stay on the floor if they're on the floor. Don't try to hold them down. Just let them be for the time that the seizure is going to be present, maybe 2, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and that's it. Don't put a spoon in their mouth to keep it open. You don't need to put salt. You don't need to do nothing. Just let the person lay down, the seizure passes, and then it's done. But there are some people, like Dr. Kilo was saying, that would need medical care. Seek the medical care, but generally speaking, seizures, there's nothing to do. Once it's there, just let it pass, okay? I have a question here. Workplace. Given the normal work situations in Nigeria, how do we help people on the spectrum to work under intense pressure and keep up with the fast-moving pace in workplaces? Lola, you take that.
This is for anyone when it comes to jobs, is you have to ultimately find a job that's a right fit for your skill set. So take away autism for a second. There's a theory called the universal design. Yes, and that means if there's an accommodation needed to apply it in the workplace. But the underlying role, you need to make sure you're somewhat of a fit. So if your neurodivergence manifests itself as highly detail-oriented, look for jobs that value. Oh, my mic's not on?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm soft-spoken, I apologize. So I'm not sure what you heard, but I said when we think of universal design and the application to the job place, we're talking about ways to bring certain accommodations so that everyone can be on as level of a playing field when you start. But before we even get there, you have to look at the underlying role. Is it truly a fit for the job prospects in the first place? So what I mean by that, an example I was giving, I should say, before my soft-spoken self intervened, was if you have a job that's highly detail-oriented, do your best to find a job that values high levels of detail to the point of which they're more likely to overlook maybe a quirk or two as you develop more in that job so that you could feel more safe to explain what your underlying disability is. So that's an example. But underlying in the role, look at the skill set first.
Thank you. Any other? Have you done? Okay, good. All right. I noticed that music therapy hasn't been mentioned since this conference started, despite the multidisciplinary approaches to autism care. As an aspiring music therapist, I'd like to know from your point of view if music therapy is a complementary approach to autism care and its significance in Nigeria.
Yes, and I love that question. I think we're all, we are all made up of energy and molecules, and when a sad song plays, we feel it. When a happy song plays, we feel it. We like certain kinds of music, we have a taste. And when you're starting with young children, my daughter gets music therapy once a week. But even before that time, I noticed that music was a great way to engage her. She didn't have my time. She couldn't even sit down in one place for 2 minutes. I'm trying to get her, you know, to figure out how to get dressed and everything. And I noticed that if I just tell her, Simone, hurry up, boy, hurry up, let me help you button, she's not paying attention to me. If I sing it, she's like a meerkat. She's paying attention. We start singing. At one point, we were like mad people in our household. Everything we were doing, we were singing. Why? Because she would follow the instructions. She would pay attention. She would enjoy the task. So music can be a great tool to use to learn language, to learn instructions. It's enjoyable to pay attention. If you're saying you want to watch animated music videos, right? To learn the alphabet or to understand about steps it takes to have your bath. Music is just an absolutely amazing and very tangible way. It's accessible, right? I don't know how to play an instrument anymore, but there's YouTube. So I'll go and learn a little tune. I'll follow, okay, press key 1, press key 5, and hey, I'll play it. She'll pay attention, and then she'll have a go, and she enjoys it. So she plays the piano and keyboard. But you also find it's a great way for expressing how you feel. And sometimes she'll just get on the piano and start banging away. And I'll be looking, is she angry or is, you know, what's going on here? And she'll be expressing her mood for that time. Or she wants to get your attention. So often when they don't know how to put something into words or to express it in the normal quote-unquote fashion, music allows an alternative avenue to do that. We can all use our voice. We don't have to be good singers. It's easy, it's there, it costs nothing. And we can learn to engage our young people through music, especially when communication is a huge barrier.
Yeah, thank you.
We also add music therapy really fast. We add music therapy to our special education program too. And for us, the music therapy, how it helps is for Simone, it's seems like it's focused. For Alero, my daughter, it soothes her. So if she's engaging in some type of maladaptive behavior, sorry, I'm using your terms, in some type of behavior that would be seen as negative, we will put on music, or she will tell us with her AAC device. Apparently she likes Beyonce, so she'll tell us, Beyonce. And then we play that, and it will soothe her. So it has multiple uses.
Great.
Sorry, I think I need to add, because based on that question, the person said he's very surprised that music wasn't talked about since yesterday. There are so many complementary approaches we could have added, really. There's no way we could have added everything. There's art therapy, there is every other stuff like that. But most importantly is for you to determine and understand what works for your own child. If not, I have a child, music is a distraction, for this child. If you play anything sound or music, it's a big tantrum. So there are many complementary therapy and approaches we can add. It does not mean that I have to force music on my own child or my own client. So let's understand our child and know what works for A, because what works for A may not work for B. Very important. Thank you.
Sorry, right. I just wanted to add one thing. You know, one thing is that we worry about our children going to make friends, right? We worry that they're just going to be isolated by themselves the whole time. And I found that music has been a great way for her to make friends. Even if a child isn't physically interacting, but there's music in the space, maybe they're seeing other children dancing, singing the songs, paying attention. It's a great opener to connection to other, I always like to say, constituency members, right? I did not know my daughter could learn dance routine. She's doing dance routine because in school, they started doing dance. I was like, what is all this stuff? Only to know that they're doing that. She began to make friends through the music because they were all learning the song. They were connecting. Even if she was originally in her own corner and then eventually was emboldened to then interact fully. Right. I think it's another way of social engagement as well.
Thank you. All right, I have a question here, and it's about, I'll just move along, sorry. As a single mom raising an autistic boy, how do I teach him sexuality? Because I have noticed his confusion when he sees his erection. You want to take that? So,
I can
no?
start.
Okay.
So I took a class on sexuality this semester for the children on the spectrum. So I will just say one thing and allow the mothers to talk. You see, one thing we need to understand is that, and I'm sorry I have to be raw. One thing I need to let you understand that it's important for us to acknowledge their sexualization. In fact, from the component of our class was that there could be a case where we will allow, for masturbation. Because it is a natural need that you cannot kill. So because they are on the spectrum does not deny them the opportunity to feel that sensual feeling, or to have that sensual feeling. That's number one. Number two, all we need to do is just to teach them adaptive behavior. Because in severe situations, they will get on the bus and they can start rubbing themselves. There were cases like that. So we demystify procedures in communicating where things could become inappropriate. So once you see erection, you also need to understand the terrain of trigger or disposition to sexualization. So the moment you are able to take note of that, you can know how best to support them. However, 3 things are quite important. Acknowledge their sexuality, don't undermine it, is important. Number 2, there will be time you might have to support them to relieve themselves. And thirdly is, the person that hit the mic confused me. So, I forgot, so go ahead. The person that hit the mic confused me.
No, you done?
Yes.
You done? Okay, good. All right, so, is that a question? Yeah, just hold on. Let's finish this and we'll take your question. So, in terms of the sexuality, like Hafiz was saying, we're all sexual beings. And unfortunately, sometimes, this is not a blame or whatever. It happens even in my house. Mom is dressing up and the children just walk in and, they see her naked and she's just doing her thing. It's our house, okay? But somebody who is on the spectrum, he doesn't see women. He only sees mom and sisters. And did you hear me say he sees? He sees. And naturally, things may happen to him. He feels something, he gets an erection. Maybe he's playing with mom or sisters or whatever, and he touches a body part and he likes how it feels. Naturally, things are beginning to happen. So, mom, don't be naked where you have your growing autistic child, adult, adolescent, because they will get ideas. If they're on their iPad, watch what they're looking at on the iPad, because, sometimes you can see some nudity and all of that, and people get excited from seeing those things. Now, when they eventually happen, they're going to start rubbing themselves or rubbing other people because the feeling is great. So who is not going to do it? Everybody would do it. So you then need to begin to, from the beginning of puberty, you need to begin to teach, like you see the erection, oh, you have an erection. So you are labeling what they have. And so when you label it, they know that this is an erection. So next time when you see the erection, you say, when you have an erection, you go to your room. You don't say go to the washroom or toilet or whatever, because if you say go to the toilet and they come to autism conference and they get to the toilet here, then they think it's okay. But the bedroom is only one place, their bedroom. That is okay for you to have an erection there and do whatever you need to do to relieve yourself. And when you see them masturbating, whether male or female, don't say, that's bad, stop. Because they're not going to stop. they're just going to do it in hiding. Then you won't see it. It's still happening, but you are not seeing it. So again, we're all sexual beings, whether you have a diagnosis of autism or not, and we have to recognize that. And then you have to begin to teach it. And there is no magic age where you start teaching it. Once you see the signs, you need to start labeling it and teaching them privacy versus public. And privacy is the bedroom, not even the living room. It's the bedroom only. Okay.
I think you need to teach this topic based on the ability level of the child. So I have a twice exceptional child, so he's both autistic and gifted. We gave him a book very early because he's very logical. So we approached it as this is the way your body works, and it's natural, and it's okay. Our daughter, because she also has an intellectual disability, we made sure we included safety along with it. And we taught her, even though she may not have a vast vocabulary, she definitely knows that no is a form of self-advocacy. So that's really important to note.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add to that, in that I think
Quickly.
it's very important to start as young as possible. And an easy way to start is through stories and books. Let them know the actual names of their private parts, what's okay to touch, what's not okay to touch, what's okay for you to touch on others and for others on you. It's really, really important for a certain age, for all children, not just our autistic children. And like Lola said, in the way that they learn. So whether it's pictures, stories, social stories, PECs, whatever it is. But it's something that the earlier you start, the better, and it's a continuous conversation.
Thank you. Let's give the gentleman an opportunity to ask this question.
Mike.
It's working.
It's not working. Okay. Okay. Sorry, sir. My question goes like this. So we have spoken all lengthen our discussion. I think this is the right time for us to put it into action because next year, election is at the corner. We need to put our elders accountable. We need to hold them accountable. So my question goes like this. From our secondary school, primary school to secondary school to higher institution, I think we should inculcate this issue of autism club in our primary school. We have primary club, we have all that. But the most important thing, I want to make a call that we should make a law to the National Assembly on national children with special needs. Yes,
All right.
because right now we can understand what is going on in all over the country. Many parents with autism children, they cannot cope. They can either force them into juvenile delinquency of the like. There are many juvenile delinquency around the world.
So your question is that we should have a law.
Yeah, we should have a law. By this time next year, we should be working on something tenable. Okay. Not that we have had so much workshop and everything. The most important thing now is regulation and implication. Okay. Arrest, prosecution.
Great. Thank you. All right. So the recommendation is taken. Where is the House of Assembly?
Abuja.
I think it needs to go there. Okay. Next question I have here. Is there a link between MMR vaccine and autism? I think and I know that the answer is no. Dr. Kilo, is that correct? Okay. There is no link between MMR vaccine or any vaccine and autism. It always comes up somebody says something and then we start asking the question, but there is no link at all. I have a 6-year-old daughter who can't make a rapid speech. She only makes functional speech. We also notice that she does not want to write. She can identify things beautiful, but does not want to write. How can I help her more as a mom?
Yeah, thank you. So for rapid speech, when you say rapid speech, what do you mean by rapid speech? Functional speech, okay.
We don't know that.
So far she's using, so far she's using functional speech for things that she needs. Then we have to build on that. Is she able to use words for what she needs and wants? If she's saying juice, if she's saying water, if she's saying eat, things like that, if she's saying buy, then we want to build on that, combining that to form two words phrases. And then from that, we need to pair it up with pictures, because a lot of children, they learn with visual. Even us, we learn more with visual. So we have to build on the strength she has right now, which is the functional speech, build on that, and continue to have label things in phrases, and then move on to 3-word sentences like, I see bus, I want juice, I want to eat. So we have to build on whatever she has to increase it using visuals and also gestures paired with it. Sorry, Mr. Larry, what was the next question? There was another question. And writing, yeah, thank you. So with writing, that's something that we also have to teach her. In the US, what we do is we have occupational therapy. And I'm sure we have occupational therapists here. So we have to work with her. If we cannot get an occupational therapist, even at home, we could do simple things like have her, you can write for her and have her try to model what you write, hand over hand. You can do hand over hand with her, like tracing out the letter A, and then have her see if she can do it independently. If she's still not, then you keep doing it. It's a modeling and repetition. So it's not something that's going to happen in one day. So a simple paper or notebook, have her trace letters, and from that, try to start getting her learning the letters of her name by writing it, and by you writing it with her or him, doing hand over hand.
Thank you. All right, so I think this is still on your alley. What can I do as a therapist to a child with autism who is struggling to talk fluently, failed to have a grip of a pencil? Now, grip of a pencil is not speech, but, you know, talk fluently. And can I introduce Verbex, which is a syrup, to assist the child in talking efficiently?
A syrup? I've never heard of a syrup. What I just wanted to know is the child has some words already, right, Mr. Larry?
Yes.
So if the child has some words, it's just a matter of increasing that vocabulary. And with increasing the vocabulary, we can use play. Playing with the child. One thing I do, I'll use myself as an example. I use play a lot with children. I get on the floor on their level, and I could use books. I could use different objects, real object, food object, like rice, juice, things like that, that you know the child is going to need on a daily basis. So you want to model those things that the child needs on a daily basis, either with food, with clothing items around the house. You always have pants, you have shoes. So you use that to label with the child and have the child model what you're saying face to face with you. When you're teaching a child, you want to sit in front of the child so that the child can see the way you're producing the words. And he or she can now model what you're saying paired with, again, visual. We all do better with visual, because if I travel somewhere, if I don't know how to get somewhere, if I see the direction visually, it helps a lot. So if you want a child to say, I want apple, you want to have a picture of an apple or a real object of an apple and build on it. If the child is only saying single words, again, we want to build on that single word, whereby the child goes into phrase, and then from phrase, you can increase it to now full sentence. I want an apple. I want a red apple.
Yeah, thank you. And still on the speech thing, you know, it has to be something intentional. The fact that somebody is using words does not mean that they will always do it. Remember, the person with autism has an impairment in communication. An impairment means that it is not the typical way that people talk. So if they have choices, they may not just talk. So you have to create opportunities for them to engage in conversation. Exactly. That play you're talking about, you have to create the play because the child may not play with you. So during the play, you make them talk. When it's time for food, put the food on the table. They need a spoon, don't put a spoon there. Let them ask. And it's time for juice, put the juice there. They can't open it. Let them say, open please. And you keep doing those things, create opportunities for them to have a conversation with you or to make requests. Because if you don't, if the child is able to go get everything that he or she wants, then they don't need to talk to you. And they will not talk. And if you do not talk, the talk does not get reinforced, the behavior is going to begin to dwindle, and eventually you may no longer have the speech. So you have to keep talking. If they're not talking, create opportunities to get the talking happen. Okay.
Larry, the lack of grip on the
yes, that, do we have an OT in the house? Okay. You want to go?
So the lack of grip, again, hand over hand. Get a pencil or crayon, hold it with the baby or the boy or the girl, hand over hand, have them trace out, I'm stuttering now. Start tracing out letters or words, whatever the situation is. And you have to do it every day. Get a notebook. Even if it's one letter, you're able to trace a day. Build on that. If you have A, the next day B, and then till the child is independently able to hold a grip of a pencil or a crayon without hand over hand. And there's some other things the OT used to have a grip on a pencil, but that you have to buy. Everything is expensive. So we can start with hand over hand, teaching the child how to hold a pencil on a crayon, to have a grip of it, and then building on that till they become independent. And then you can let go of the hand over hand.
So I'll just take one step back from that, right? Is that, can the child actually even hold the pencil? So taking a step back from that, you know, when we're talking about fine motor skills, I'm not an OT, I'm just talking from lived experience and what I had to go through, right? They have to be able to even have a grip, right? Grip, a pincer grip. How do I get my child to do those things? There are things all around the house that you can do. There's, if you have kitchen tongs and some cotton wool and ice tray, you have to pick it, put in, right? At the same time, you can count. So you get a little speech and language in there as well. You make it a game. If you have things that you could, a shoelace and an old shoe, can they thread the shoelace through? If you have Play-Doh, you may not have Play-Doh at home. If you do, squeezing it, twisting it, stretching it, pressing it. You have old clothes that have big buttons. Can they learn to button them, unbutton? So if you think about creative ways that you use the hands and different grips, those are almost like taking your hands to the gym before even putting the pencil in the child's hands. So you're working towards that step of writing. Painting is also another way, whether they paint with their hands or they paint with a brush. It's another intermediary bridge to writing.
Thank you. Okay. Any other question from this? Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. My name is Anipulu, and I have a question regarding my younger brother. I have a younger brother with autism, and his twin brother is currently on your level studying biochemistry. But Taiwo is in a special school currently. And my question is, how can I support my younger brother in making him more independent than he is now? And also, I would also like to answer add a little to what you said regarding the person that cannot grip well in terms of writing. I'm very sure writing is not the only way to communicate.
That's right.
There are other gadgets to get it done, which I used to. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Bolu is 400 level biomedical, 500 level biomedical sciences at Bells University.
Yes, yes. Great. So what device do you use to, your laptop?
Yes, I use my laptop to do engineering drawings and engineering mathematics also, and it has been going so well. I'm
Great.
on a 2-1 currently.
That's right. Good. Great. So the question is, how can you help your autistic brother be independent? In doing what specifically?
I would say dressing in terms of he is not getting any younger. We
Okay.
also have our own life as a students to live.
That's
yes, we are always trying to assist him, but it will be more convenient if he can do some basic thing by himself.
Beautiful. Good. All right. So, how old is he?
He's currently 18 years old.
18?
Yes, he is.
That's an adult.
So I would say that, for instance, we don't even know what the difficulties are, right? We don't know what the gaps are. And if we know what the difficulties, what the gaps are, we will be able to give suggestions. If peradventure he can come for the consultation, if possible, I mean, that would have been amazing. We'll be able to look at him, and we'll be able to then give you 1 or 2 things that you can do. Many of us can even offer, pro bono services to assist in our own capacity.
We good?
Okay, so he's saying that his brother can come for the consultations, but he wants to know when exactly. So if we can just reiterate when the consultations will happen and where.
You're the MC now, you should know these things.
They happen
Tomorrow?
from tomorrow.
From tomorrow?
10 a.m.
10
to 5.
a.m.
It was there on the...
Adeyemi Bero Hall.
Yes.
Alausa Ikeja. From 10 a.m.
Yes.
And it's a first come, first serve. So if you can get there early.
But it's 3 till Saturday.
And it's from tomorrow till Saturday. So there's time.
Great. Any other questions?
Okay, so I actually have a question that was written and handed to me. So this person is asking, what are the opportunities for young people who are interested in volunteering or training to care for autistic individuals? So this person says, I'm a psychology graduate and I'm interested in, getting some form of basic training to help at preliminary caregiver level. Yeah.
So it's very straightforward. The brochure we have been given, there are contacts behind those places. Please let us read them, connect with the people, and you can start your volunteering. Thank you.
Yes. So there's a question here. What do you do in a situation where a school teacher, or in my case, the school's medical personnel, notices clear signs of neurological challenges in a child and try to talk to the parents and they just say, he's just like that? How do we step in to give that child the help they need without overstepping when the parents are not ready to do so?
Now, school leaders need to really understand what inclusion is all about. And that is why I mentioned the dynamics between inclusion and social inclusion. My friend in the US just took his child away from a school around Surulere. What happened? The way the report was written portrayed the child as a very useless person. I read the report and I was extremely embarrassed. Apologies if the friend of mine is hearing. I called the school. And instead of the person to have a conversation with me as a friend, she started resenting me that I'm not even appreciating them. And what she told me was, how many schools even have psychologists? Like, you are not helping us by saying your school has a psychologist. But what was the problem I found? The problem I found in the report is just the way they constructed the word. And it happened here. Framing, somebody used the word stubborn. And the person said, no, strong-willed child. Lola was very intentional about the word maladaptive behavior. So, and I think it's also part of the training. The way we present things to parents is very important. Don't forget, number one, they are already in denial. Two, they are emotionally burnt out. Three, they are tired of the situation. So the least you can do is to have your conversation in a fascinating way. So I will call a parent. So for me, I also lead a school in Abuja, and I spoke to a parent one time when I was going to report a condition. At that time, I was like, do you know that I need to talk to you about your child or something? Then at that point, she doesn't want to listen. I waited for 2 terms. It was the third time, and she now said, Mr. Hafiz, I've been sick. I said, oh, do you know, I wanted to have this conversation with you, but that was not the right time. So I have observed this, but I've also seen a lot of strengths. He's independent, he can arrange stuff. In fact, in the classroom, typically children cannot work with Montessori material. He is going to work with it appropriately. I think it's just the area where we need to improve this and this and this. And from there, we need to go and see a developmental pediatrician. Start with acknowledgement of the strength of the child. With that, any parent will be happy to listen to you.
Thank you. And just to add to that, the teachers or school administrators are not qualified to make a diagnosis. You have to be trained to be able to make a diagnosis. Now, personally, I have seen a lot of people with the diagnosis of autism, and I can tell if I suspect that I think this person has autism. But I'm also not qualified to pronounce a diagnosis. So you just need to know what your job is. Your job is to teach. School administrator, your job is to lead the school, not to say, this child has autism. Just point out, oh, we were trying to work on this with your son or daughter, and she seems to be struggling. We'll keep trying and have the conversation again. She's struggling with this, and she doesn't pay attention in class. We've tried this, we've tried that. I think that maybe she needs to see somebody that will do an assessment. You're not pronouncing a diagnosis. Because the moment you start talking about diagnosis, you'll see the defense, and they would not listen to you. So you do your job of teaching or leading a school, and let the doctors do the job of diagnosing the condition that they see. Sometimes you may see, oh, I think this person has autism, and when they go for an assessment, it's actually not autism, it's something else. So don't confuse people, and don't confuse yourself. Know the limits of your training and be able to, apply it as appropriately as should be. Yes.
Sometimes when the parent says, he's just like that, to your point, it's really important to make sure that you maybe, if there's some type of accommodation to help the child, you lead with that. So you say, oh, I noticed, let's say they're dyslexic. Let's take autism out. Say, okay, we noticed that he might be a better audio learner. Because I've noticed because the same things teachers have to speak to parents, parents speak to other parents. Sometimes we see behaviors too, and our friends are quite defensive. So I've learned to lead with, oh, I notice, I notice our child does this. Because you also have to take ownership too. It's part of showing you're also part of the bigger village also helps.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to add, I think for educators, it's quite important for you to understand the chain of command of the organization you're working with. It might not be appropriate for you to directly talk to the parents about what you're seeing. There might be a process in your school that you're meant to follow when you see these differences, because often teachers are the first one to see if your child's eyes, they can't look at the board, right? I just don't go and blurt out to the parent, oh, your child can't see. No, you would first follow your chain of command. You bring your concern to your supervisor, is it the principal, whoever it is. You don't just go and tell the parents, oh, I think your child may have autism. You might lose your job. So just also be competent of the chain of command within the school or the organization that you work.
Great, thank you. All right, this one is, you hear it. My question is regarding the emotional well-being of the neurodivergent children whose parents are separated. I work with a child who consistently expresses a desire for both parents to be together again. The child draws pictures of them together and often says, "I want my family. I'm concerned about the long-term emotional impact." Can awareness be created on safe and appropriate reconciliation, considering their child's emotional need?
So the person directed the question to me. That was when, so I would just take a part and leave the part for the mothers. So let me talk to you about adverse childhood trauma. It is a condition that a child should experience trauma in early childhood, the child could grow to have cancer or cardiovascular problem. Then you ask yourself, Mr. Afif, does it make sense that a child will have a bad experience from childhood and it can lead to cancer? Let me give you a very fast example. Now, when I had this class, I did not make sense of it too. There was a girl that has been abused from the age of 5. She had no one to talk to, and she was living in a foster home back in the US. This continued, and the only way for her to get respite was to eat. As I'm talking to you, the girl is 21. She had had 3 procedures for her to gain back her weight and be healthy. Till now, she's still struggling on life support. That experience started at the age of 5, early childhood. At the age of 21, she's experiencing that. There are benchmarks that actually lead to adverse childhood trauma. One of them is sexual abuse, parental separation. This is not to disregard sometimes their need for divorce. I'm not against divorce. This is where we understand ourselves as parents when we don't see ourselves as spouses. It's fine for us not to be spouses again. It's okay. But it's important for us to remain as parents, because at the end of the day, emotional development cannot be built in isolation of the people who need to give the child support. Bear that in mind. Then secondly, if this is going to continue, I don't want to pronounce it, because in practice you don't, but I could tell you that I'm suspecting that the child now has a mental health disorder. Because if the child is on the spectrum, some of the core morbidity is going to be mental health disorder. And for the fact that depression could be one of the major things that come with autism, and he has been consistently asking for the parents, if we don't act in time, we are going to exacerbate the problem. That's secondly. Then thirdly is that both parents need to understand, like I said, they don't have to be spouses. If they choose not to continue to support the child, it will continue to remain on the spectrum. It's going to have severe mental health disorder, and at the end of the day, it can exacerbate the development we are looking for. So I want to create this problem, then let them talk about solution.
All right. So let me add to that. Behaviorally, thank you. In ABA, we now have what we call trauma-informed care. It's even one of the CEUs you have to take before you renew your license. And that is because we've identified the fact that the impact of trauma, right, is also very huge. So what it then means is that while you provide autism care and intervention separately, you also need to put in place specific intervention, which is called trauma-informed, identifying the trauma and then devise ways, mechanisms, intervention approaches to tackling that. And how do you do that? Because you are a therapist, you are not a psychologist or a counselor. So you need to also identify your own limit, where you should put a stop. Then you may possibly need to bring in a counselor, right, who can handle specific areas now that trauma is involved, and parents are also, we need to also do something about that. If it's not your expertise, please don't delve into that. Bring in a trauma-informed specialist or a counselor who can work together with you. Everybody must understand the limit and the scope of their practice. Very important.
That is a great point about scope. It's very important. I would also add that in situations like these, and they do happen, that village needs to change a bit and look at how your child learns. For instance, there are children that thrive in social stories. I've had a situation very similar to this question with a friend, and they use social stories to get the child to understand, and significant life decisions were made. So the dad and the mom were separated. The dad chose to stay very, very close to the home. And those are the type of life decisions you have to think about when you have a child on the spectrum, because some of them, when it comes to routines, their routines, keeping them as close to what they originally were is so important that some of the very tools you use for ABA, you also help in communicating the separation slowly over time.
Exactly, yeah, communicating. Whatever is going on in the family is important in the best way that the individual learns. Okay, on to the next. In my work and talk with young people, something usually comes up that I have no right response to, and I need to know what to say. They say, that is, the young people say, I don't plan to have children. And when I ask why, the response is usually of fear, uncertainty, or something I can't define. The response is, what's the guarantee that I will have a healthy, non-autistic child to raise? What's the right response to this concern?
I have a response. My response is, when you choose, when the thought enters your head that I might want to have a child, throw any notion of control out of the window. You decide you want to be a parent, full stop. Anything can happen. The woman can die in childbirth. The child could have cancer, childhood cancer. I have a friend who used to boast and say, all my boys are healthy. The last baby, 6 months in, childhood cancer. She had the fight of her life, and her kids are not autistic. I think we need to stop, as a culture, seeking this notion of perfection. We need to get away from this checkbox culture as Nigerians. You are a woman, you must marry, you must get a degree, you must have children. At my introduction, they said, Lola will have 20 children. Did anybody ask what Lola wants? So I think it's time to be realistic with ourselves. Life can happen to anybody but for the grace of God. So to go into life saying you don't want something because in your mind something negative could result, does that mean you're not going to try anything in your life?
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so Mike is talking. From a more culturally competent perspective, is that I just want you to understand one thing. The new definition of family across the world, some of the types of family, we now have what we call the childless family. So as Nigerians, we need to understand that in the concept of defining family now, it's fine for people to say they don't want to have kids. And we cannot look at it from our own cultural perspective. That is why we need to refer back to what Lola has said, that once you take that decision of being a parent, you need to be intentional. But just because of the way the questioner framed the question, there are cultures outside of Nigeria that it's totally fine for you not to want to have children. My classmates studied early childhood in a bachelor's, master's, and PhD, and she doesn't want to have a child. In the classroom, you cannot say it's wrong as a Nigerian. So just bear that in mind, just from a cultural perspective, against what can happen and is appropriate in other countries that is strange in our own culture. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to reiterate something that Lola said about the fact that once you decide that you're going to have a child, then you lose control. Anything happens. Anything. And so many things have happened. So you do the best that you can. Try. What you get is what you get.
But I think there's just also an assumption there, right? I think we get told, especially women, right? We get told, go out, you have this career, and then when you're ready, you can just have a child. And there's an assumption that you are able to have that child. And what a lot of women find out is it's not that easy. So I think it's also important for us to be realistic as women. There's a window of opportunity in which to have children, and the later we leave it, the more likelihood of complications with the child. And it's also to remember that any of us can become disabled at any point in time. It's not something that's far away. It's something that's close to us. So I think we need to remember the humanity of every individual, whatever their uniqueness, whatever their difference, whatever their similarities, and not assume that we have this control over when we can have children and what kind of child we can have, and to remember that any of us at any point in time can be disabled, and we just need to have more empathy, have more understanding, and just be open to the fact that we are all part of this. We are all in the mix. It's not something other. And when you begin to have that understanding, then ridiculous things like the IMBE challenge wouldn't be happening. Ridiculous things that people saying that people with Down syndrome are glitches. We lose that humanity. And when you look at what's happening in other places in the world, due to several reasons, including technology, we have declining populations. And they're struggling now because they can see that they will not have the workforce to keep their society going. So we need to understand here culturally what it means to have children, what the possibilities are, but be realistic of the functions of having children, and be a little bit more community orientated and less about the I and more about the we.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I have a question here. How do we ensure that the autistic people, including the ones who communicate differently, are genuinely involved in decisions about the support and intervention that affect their lives? I like that question.
It's understanding the framework, the quality of life. Unfortunately, I could not do that in my presentation, but if they share the presentation, you can see. I started an example here. My student is here. She's visually impaired, but she's a graduate. In my opinion, I thought having a surgery was the best way to support her, but she told me, Mr. Hafiz, I am fine. Yesterday, say hi to everybody. Yeah. So at present, she works with Lagos State. Interestingly, parents who have children on the spectrum talk to her from a perspective to know how she has been able to navigate this level of independence. So bear in mind, there is something we call disability paradox. Disability paradox can be defined as the presumption where people who are typically developing assume their life is better off than the people who are on disability. Go and read about disability paradox. So we assume that because they are just with disability, we are better than them. It's a paradox. So what do we go about? Quality of life has different benchmarks. We have the well-being, we have the material being, we have the right, we have the interpersonal relationship and social inclusion. Just bear in mind that you cannot take decision from them. Every decision requires a group of people, and then the people who have the disability, this condition, involving them is going to help you to thrive in your policy. So just understand what we call the quality of life framework. Thank you.
Great. And I'll add to that there is what you call consent, right? Before you decide or do anything for an individual you're working with, especially adult individuals that we work with, you need consent. Now, there's a new line of research that is really growing, and it's called assent. So even though the person is not an adult, it's a child, you still need them to assent to what you are talking about and what you're trying to do. If you're trying to teach somebody 1 + 1 is 2, you still need their assent to teach. Because if you don't, then the teaching is going to be, stifled. It's not going to go well. and you're going to be struggling with challenging behaviors. But if they are sent to what you're trying to teach, and they understand that what you're trying to teach is going to help them, then they're able to better understand, better implement what you're teaching. So if you go with that mindset that nothing can be done about me without me, then you can make a lot of progress. Talk to the individual. This is what we want to do. This is how it's going to help you. Should we go ahead? Yes. Should we go ahead? No. If the answer is no, then you stop, figure out a way to re-explain it to the person and make sure that they get the message. And if they still don't get the message or they don't want you to do it, then that's it. No means no. That's what you taught them. Yes. Yeah, Tonya.
So I just want to ask the audience, there's a couple of things that happened, I think, in the past year. There was a young man with autism who was left at a church, and the pastor married him off. They paid a lady, and they're paying her monthly salary to be married to this man with autism. The other one was the case of a young lady, autistic. Her parents, I'm seeing time there, her parents got her knocked up so that they could have grandchildren. Did any of those two have any agency or consent in that situation? They didn't. And not only that, people in that church, online, whatever it is, still think that is acceptable. How is that acceptable? How can you ensure that young man is safe within that environment, within that marriage? How do you know? She may be feeling she's getting a better life because they're paying her to be married to that man. What kind of life is he living? It just absolutely boggles my mind. It makes me so mad because I'm thinking, what choice did he or she have? What agency did they have? What right to their bodies do they have? What rights do they have to the kind of life they had? Yet everybody else is saying, no, it's okay, it's fine. Me personally, it's not fine. And these are conversations that need to be had and be brought to the light about the agency of young people, of all people with disabilities.
And consent and non-consent can be communicated through ways that are not traditionally verbal. It's really important to note that because we're using sign language, we're using an AAC device, and sometimes even behavior will make it very clear to everyone involved that this autistic individual does not want whatever is being brought in front of him or her. So it's really, really important to, because as a society, we look at verbal as the best form of communication. Yeah. It's just one form.
Yeah. Okay, I'll come here. Let's take that first. Yes.
Good evening. Finally, blood of Jesus. I've been raising my hand since. Good evening, everybody. So I'm a mom of a neurodiverse child. Jaden is 10. He's going to be 11. He's growing, and he's going to be an adult. So I want to, I know you are not GTB, but of course this is a GTB Autism Conference. And I would like us, for parents that are on the panel and parents here, to please implore GTB to have a neurodiverse desk in all their offices, like all their banks, across Nigeria. Let it be that when people who are autistic or have ADHD or any learning disability come to the bank, there should be a desk to answer them first, and they do not need to stand in line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come to the front. Okay.
All right, thank you. I'm Olayemi. I'm also a mom to a diagnosed autistic, almost 4-year-old. And I'm hopeful to get some practical tips on how I have a concern actually. So he's been going through some form of, what do I call it now? Help, with a special center. And then over a year, and he's been certified, fit to go into school now, nursery 2 specifically. But he's of that age where, when children come home to say, oh, this is what happened at school, when you ask them, I enjoyed the day and all of that. He's not able to of course, he's got speech. He can, functionally tell what this is and all of that, but he cannot communicate that much. So how do I get to know if, for instance, he doesn't enjoy school? They are twins, by the way. The sister is fantastic. She can go on and on, come to tell me this is what happened at school. How do I, for moms here that have been through it, how do I get him to tell me what happens at school? Because one of the concerns for me is getting to, know how to help him. And knowing how to help him is knowing how his day went. For instance, if somebody bullied, if he didn't enjoy school or there's something he wants to talk about, to talk to the teacher about, how do I get him to explain this thing?
So, from the school perspective, it's quite important for you to know the kind of school you want to enroll your child. That is very important. Are they inclusive? Number one. Number two, every school is expected to have a platform that they use to report to parents. Some of the popular online platforms in Nigeria, we have the Class Dojo. For Montessori school, we have the Montessori classroom or the transparent classroom. These are platforms that communicate to parents what their children are doing on a daily basis at school. Number two. Number three, we have something we call parental conference, and we have parent-teacher conference. It also depends on the school. Parent conference is a one-on-one with the teacher and the parent alone, a private conversation. Why parent conference is the one that happens with all other parents. So when I was telling you that you need to know the school your child is going to, not just the aesthetics they are selling to you. These are questions that naturally, as a mother, it's fine for you to have a concern, number one. Number two, I think, again, a 4-year-old child who is on the spectrum might not be able to communicate in the way you understand or you expect him to communicate. So you also have to understand that reality. On a conclusive note, the best gift you can give your child whom you want to be supported in the school is that remarkable level of collaboration. I'm the director of a school in Abuja, and I can tell you for a fact, I'm sorry to say this, teachers are very disrespected. Parents don't respect teachers. But what you have forgotten is that you are going to be the victim of your own behavior because it's psychological. If you don't respect me, it translates on my disposition to your child. But if you respect me and you honor me, what you don't expect me to tell you about your child, I will be the first person to tell you. So be clear on the kind of relationship you have with school. Let them understand that you have a peculiar concern and you are in need of their support. Acknowledge that they have the capacity to help you. That is even going to help you to see the lacunas. Then you can always come for consultation. We'll be able to guide you. So because the school business in Nigeria has been left in the hand of the private sector, who does not know anything about school setup. They only have money. So it is going to be a continuous problem. And those that have the time, we don't get the money there. I'm sorry to say.
All right, thank you. And I think that's it for us. Our time is fast spent. I want to say thank you to all of you for being an amazing audience. Thank you. And thank you to our panel, Afiz and Benedict and Lola and Tonya and Ade. Thank you very much. And that is it from us. Thank you.
Can we just celebrate them one more time? Thank you. Take a photograph. And clap for yourself if you stayed till this point. And you guys asked really good questions. It was very engaging. Big thank you to everyone. So I think the big announcement is that the consultations start tomorrow up until Saturday. Is that correct? Tony chastised me for not having the details earlier. Till Saturday. Adeyemi Bero Hall, Alausa, from 10 a.m. every day. It will be first come, first serve. I wonder why we didn't just get a chair for Dr. Okilo to sit on stage. But again, on behalf of GTCO, we want to thank you for attending and being a part of the 16th Annual Autism Conference, yes. Remember, GTCO is a bank, and this is an effort and a commitment that they have to continue to do this. But at the end of the day, these guys are bankers. I've heard demands that I'm just like, wow. Maybe GTCO need to consider setting up a foundation or something. But Let's just celebrate GTCO one more time for this commitment, even though they're a financial institution, really, and for bringing all the experts into town for this long period to attend to all your needs. So tomorrow, consultations begin. It's been an honor to serve you. My name is Oluwaseun. God bless you. Have safe journeys back to you. Can we just thank the online audience? A lot of people have been watching online. Can we just celebrate them as well as we wrap up? Online audience, thank you for being with us throughout the conference as well. God bless.